Oops. Shit. What's up, everybody? Sorry about that lengthy ass intro. For whatever reason, it wasn't letting me bring up my chat on OBS, and it's still not doing that. So I'm just going to have to use my phone to monitor the chat and read your fucking comments. Yeah, anyway. Can a live stream ever just like work right? You know, can it ever just like start on time and run smoothly? It's like, no, the fucking internet or my computer always has to throw some random shit at me that fucks my shit up. Anyway, what's up, everybody in the chat? Chief McLeod, Chicago, Lord Taco, John, Trevor Miller, 1965. Hello, Joshua. Greetings from the UK. Man, you were up hella fucking late watching this stream. I appreciate it. Sorry. I'm all kinds of a Twitter right now. I'm a mess. Anyway, recently on this channel, we have hit 15,000 subscribers officially, and I mean, that may not seem like that big of a deal to bigger channels, and it's not. I mean, it's still pretty small, but we are well on our way to 20,000, and then, you know, from there you start looking like a more legitimate channel. Your average person will trust your videos more quality-wise if they see that you have a lot of subscribers. Greetings from SoCal. Nice. I wish I lived in Southern California. But anyway, it's taken me a long ass time to get here, and I didn't want to do some cheesy like celebration video because, like I said in the past, like I've done videos like that before and no one gives a shit, and I've seen other YouTube channels do videos like that before and nobody gives a shit. It's like, yeah, that's nice, buddy. Like, good for you. You know, you're kind of patting yourself on the back a little bit. So I'm wearing the shirt that I wore in my very first proper YouTube video I ever did, which is a review of the game Mega Man X2, which I think I have up here somewhere. The same exact cartridge. Yep, there it is. This was the first game, or this is the first video I did first game I did a video on. First video I ever really made that was like a proper video was on Mega Man X2. And this was the shirt that I wore. And we will be watching that video after I do my top 15 favorite albums of all time. People have asked me in the past when I make fun of those stupid Rolling Stone lists that I should make my own top 100 greatest albums of all time. That seems rather daunting. That seems more like something that Jason Graves would do and not something that I would do. I could totally see Jason Graves doing like 100 of his favorite. I think he's already done it. He's already done it. He's done it with his top 100 NES and SNES. But for me, I don't know, man. That would be a crazy thing to do. Maybe live streaming wouldn't be as bad, but if it was like an edited video, it'd be crazy. But anyway, 15 is a solid number. Now, whenever I'm kind of reading your comments here as I go. This fucking phone is not in the most convenient spot for me to do it, and I got CDs laid out all over the desk here that you can't see, but I'm trying to. All right, fucker, you're gonna go there. All right. What's up to everybody in the chat again? So when I made this list today, I figured it would be pretty easy, and it pretty much was. But I ran into this weird fork in the road that I didn't realize I would run into. And I had to really consider, like, what's the difference between, like, a truly great album that I love versus an album that was super influential, right? I'm just noticing now. Apparently, I haven't washed this shirt since I first wore it. What is this, like a jizz stain on my sleeve here? Good Lord, man. Anyway, what's the difference between like a truly great album that I still like listening to this day that still gives me goosebumps and a super influential album that like I may not love it as much today, or it might not be something that I consider a favorite, but boy, when I first heard it, did it influence the fuck out of me and did it awaken me to music and, you know, just everything else involved with what music could be, what rules could be broken. So I have those CDs as well. And I will offer those as caveats when we get through this. Now, there's no way I could order this list in any particular way. I'm not even going to go there. There's no way I could do like my favorite of all time is this one record, because then I'm kind of discounting all the other 14 albums that are also really good. So I got them all laid out in front of me here. It's a pain in the ass to add individual JPEGs on OBS, so I'm just going to show you the CD, and I'm going to set it up right here, and so you can kind of see it in the background throughout the time that I'm talking about it. And yeah, that will be a cheaper, easier, cheaper as in not as much of a time waste way of me kind of showing the CD while I'm talking about it. Sorry, I got to blow my nose again. Light sensitivity is a bitch. I think moving around all these CDs just shuffled this dust around my room, because these things literally are just kind of dust collectors at this point. All Deftones albums. Yep, all 15 Deftones albums, because like they have that many, they don't. But yeah, anyway, I left that jizz stain. Nice, dude. Well, I mean, you could have at least hung out. You didn't have to just, like, come on one of my shirts and leave. Greetings from the Riverside Tijuana Flats. That's either Angelica or Frankie. That's either one of them, one of the two. These two bimbos that I know who live here. No, I'm just joking. All right, let's get this party started, shall we? Coming in no particular order, we have Californication by the Red Hot Chili Peppers. This album came out in 1999, and you know, you could argue that, wow, that is really small. Okay, well, it's not an LP, so it's the size of a postage stamp on your screen there. Or if you're watching on a cell phone, it's the size of a gnat's dick, but it's back there. Yeah, I got this album, this specific CD, when I was in 6th grade. It was a stocking stucker. And it just, I don't know, man, like, influential, and still to this day love listening to it. It was like nothing I had ever really heard before as far as alternative rock went, because it was definitely an alternative rock record, but I don't know, there was all these other elements to it like that they weren't afraid to implement, where other bands might say no. They would just be like, sure, why not? Let's throw in, you know, this crazy bass part. And this is when John Frusciante had kind of like rejoined the band at a very fruitful time for the band creatively, because they had come off of 1996's, I believe, 1996 One Hot Minute with Dave Navarro, which a lot of Red Hot Chili Peppers fans they love to like go back and almost like recontextualize that period of the Chili Peppers career, and they like to say that it's a super underrated album, it's a super hidden gem. It's not a hidden gem. One Hot Minute is kind of a mess. I didn't think Dave Navarro really meshed with the band writing wise. Yeah, I don't think that album's all that great. And when I did my Red Hot Chili Peppers album ratings, people gave me so much shit for rating that album lower, but it's like, yeah, it just, I don't know, it was okay. It was kind of middling in a lot of ways. Not to say that there aren't some great songs in there, but by great songs, plural, I mean like 2 or 3 out of like a 15-track album. Californication, on the other hand, my God, when John Frusciante rejoined the band, this album was just like banger after banger. And that doesn't necessarily mean like frenetic, crazy songs or whatever. They had even trying to type on here and talk at the same time. Even their softer songs like Porcelain were, I don't know, they just had a vibe and a feel to them, unlike anything that they had done before. I mean, and yes, a lot of these songs have been played to death on the radio, but I don't know, I still like them for some reason. Like Around the World, what a great opener to a album. You know, I see that Rick Beato has the top 10 greatest intros for bass, drums, guitar, keyboard. The keyboard one's actually pretty fucking sick. The guy that gets to play all the keyboard parts. No, Blood Sugar Sex Magik is not fucking better. That album is bloated. It's got a bunch of like that 90s like funk rock fusion sound, that kind of thing going on, and I didn't care for it. But I mean, yeah, you got the opening track, Around the World, and then you got Parallel Universe, which wasn't a single, but it very well could have been. Such a unique, dark song, and a lot of these songs have a darker, more minor key feel, which is, of course, definitely if we're talking about the two keys, the minor key is always going to be what I revert to when it comes to songs. I'm waiting for someone to make a joke about kids at this moment, because I know my chat at this point, but yeah, go ahead. It's not true. Anyway, I shouldn't even said that. Whatever. It's live, baby. Scar Tissue, Other Side, Get on Top, Californication. I mean, the music video like really blew my mind as a kid because it was like a video game, and you just didn't see music videos like that. They tried the 3D stuff, and it just looked like crap. But Californication was the first music video that actually looked like it could have been like a PS1 or perhaps even Dreamcast game. Easily is a great song. Porcelain. It's Emit Remus, but it's summertime. I Like Dirt. I don't know, man. Right on Time, second to last track. Right when you think they're kind of running out of juice, like they come in with this killer bass groove. This is just an amazing album that I still really love today. It's got this intangible quality to it that you can't quite describe. It's just kind of a moment in time for the band that I don't think that they've ever been able to truly replicate. A lot of people feel that way with this band, with this album. And yeah, I mean, I can listen to it to this day, and I totally get exactly why I loved it so much growing up. So that's well, they're not in any order, but that would be number 15 if you're keeping track. Up next, much to my moderator Chicago's chagrin, and much to the obvious choice of many people across the world, we have OK Computer by Radiohead. And yes, I picked albums that I actually owned on CD because would it really be like authentic for me to say it's a favorite album and I didn't even, have the skin in the game to buy the fucking album? So yes, these are all my CDs from when I bought them as a teenager, or, well, I started buying CDs around like 12. So yeah, pretty much. So yeah, OK Computer, like, I can still listen to it to this day. It's a fucking masterpiece. It's a work of art for sure. I mean, the musical experimentation of, like, say, the opening track Airbag, where you have like the guitar riff, which is a very bizarre guitar riff to begin with, panned to the left, and then you got this like cello doing the same notes panned to the right. It was clear that this band was not out to just make like a barn burning rock and roller. They were really trying to do something different with the last vestiges of, when rock was still interesting towards the tail end of the 90s, like when you could still actually like kind of push rock in certain ways and do certain things with it that was unique. I think Radiohead's OK Computer was one of the last albums of the 90s that really kind of squeezed every last drop of new shit you could do in the rock genre before everything just kind of started repeating itself. I mean, even talking about the first song, Airbag, the bass line throughout the verses, Ed O'Brien recorded little chunks of bass parts, and he meant to go back later and finish them. Wait, is Ed O'Brien? No, that's the drummer. Colin Greenwood is the bass player. My bad. Colin Greenwood. He recorded these bass parts in just little chunks like did and there'd just be these like missing pieces in the verses, but it sounded so good. After everything was said and done, they just kept it like that. They left it like that. Then of course you have Paranoid Android, which is like in my opinion, the 90s Bohemian Rhapsody. I mean, it's like a 6-minute long song, 6 minutes plus long song. It's got multiple different acts to it. It's got that beautiful kind of like angelic harmony choir kind of thing in the bridge, and then it rocks at certain parts. Johnny Greenwood's use of effects on guitar are just incredible on this song. On this whole album, I mean, they're using different instruments. They're using auto harps, and I mean, the same kind of spirit of exploration and experimentation that Billy Corgan had on Melancholy and the Infinite Sadness was definitely found on this record. I mean, you had Exit Music for a Film, which is one of the most beautiful kind of slow ballady songs that I can think of for my personal taste and what I like about music. Let Down is kind of this like very happy yet kind of, there's always, any song that sounds happy on this album always has this tinge of like almost paranoia, like is something bad about to happen. This album really kind of has a tone all of its own. Karma Police, of course, was like one of the big singles off this album. This is one I sing at karaoke quite frequently. I can sing this song quite well, I feel like. Music video for this song was amazing. All the music videos that came off of this album were really great. Paranoid Android was one of the few music videos in rock that was fully animated, and the style was very like MTV animation studio-esque, but it worked. I thought it was cool. I thought the video was really kind of edgy and weird at the time. And I don't know, just having a band as cool as Radiohead have an animated video, it was like, it went together like peanut butter and chocolate. Karma Police, amazing music video where this guy is being stalked by this other person in this car. Well, the car doesn't have a driver, and Tom York's in the back seat singing. And the guy finally tires from running, and he notices that there's a trail. Then the car backs up, and there's this trail of gasoline that's leading back to the car, and the guy happens to have some matches in his pocket, and without the car seeing it, he lights the trail of gas on fire, and then the car slams into reverse, and then now is backing up from this guy as fast as possible because there's a trail of fire that threatens to go underneath the car and make it explode, which ends up happening, which was a perfect concept for Karma. And it really just, again, kind of pushing the limits in music videos. Who directed that one? One of my directors in my whose DVDs I have, forget anyway. Amazing video. Then you have No Surprises with that kind of glockenspiel that leads the song. And it's just Tom York, and he's in this like space helmet, and it slowly fills up with water. And he's like having to hold his breath in real time, but it's got this happy kind of music, no alarms and no surprises, please. And like, I don't know, man, Lucky, the song Lucky that they would later, Michael Stipe would actually cover with the band. He would sub in on lead vocals on some Tibetan Free Tibet concert that they did in the 90s. Tom York sang a Radiohead song, or Tom York sang an REM song, and Michael Stipe sang a Radiohead song. Really cool video. It's on YouTube still. So yeah, just a fantastic fucking album. A lot of people will now, again, the revisionist thing happens where I feel like a lot of people say like, oh no, actually Kid A is the more classic of the albums. Though Kid A is an amazing album, it just didn't like change the world how OK Computer did. And I don't know, there are some songs on Kid A that I'm just kind of like iffy on, but I don't know, this is not an ounce of fat. In fact, there's some great B-sides off of this album that Radiohead is famous for having great B-sides that never make it onto a proper record. But yeah, so that's that one. Let me read some of these comments here. Gucci Little Piggy. No, Fitter Happier isn't really a song, though. It's more of an interstitial, I would say. But no, Fitter Happier is an amazing little like poem, I guess I would call it. What else? Okay, yeah, I see your comments about Red Hot Chili Peppers. We don't talk about King of Limbs. No, we don't. King of Limbs was not a good Radiohead album. In fact, I would say that would be like one of their only like not good albums. Chicago, you were absolutely dead on with the music videos. Amazing. Radiohead is working on an album they hope to be released on Valentine's Day this February. It's called OK Cupid. Oh my God, I can't believe you got me to fall for that one. Jonathan Glazer. Okay, right. I thought it was him, but I didn't want to like say that without actually knowing for sure. All right, moving on. This might be kind of a surprise to a lot of you because I don't really talk about electronic music on my channel at all, but Daft Punk's Discovery. Definitely one of my favorite records of all time. You know, I find with like favorite albums, if it stands as a cohesive piece of art from start to finish, that tends to make me regard the album as like a classic album, and this album does just that. I mean, the songs kind of run into each other and form a story, and that was later made into an anime, which I talked about on my DVD video thing that I did. Yeah, no, this album is just an electronic masterpiece. Daft Punk really, I mean, you're not blowing anyone's mind if you're like, oh yeah, man, I really like Daft Punk, and Discovery is a great album. Although most people these days will say Random Access Memories is Daft Punk's best album. I disagree. I think it's this one. This one is just so cohesive. It's so future techno, future house, future EDM, future experimentation. The things that were done on here were just, it just broke out of the walls of the boring ho-hum world of house and techno and EDM music. They're like, you know what? We do love electronic music, but we also love all these classic artists who made full albums like bands do, where there's a verse, there's a chorus, there's a bridge, and they did a lot of that on this album. But it was still could only be found in the techno section of my FYE that I would go to. It would not be in the rock and pop section, although arguably one of the coolest, I don't know if it's like a voice box. I think it's I believe it's a what the fuck do you call it? Vocoder. One of the coolest vocoder guitar solos ever is on the song Digital Love, track 3. That guitar solo is fucking incredible, and it's so underrated, and I feel like it never gets talked about in like great guitar solos. But listen to the vocoded guitar solo from Digital Love. I'm 90% sure that is an electric guitar, because the shit that all the hammer-ons and shit he's doing in the solo, you can't really do it that convincingly on any other instrument. Obviously, you have One More Time, which is the classic track off of that. Big Beer Squirt Vape. I wish I had Squirt Zero. They stopped making that, apparently. Just reminded me of the bitch who... anyway, I won't go there. One More Time was the hit off of that album, but I would say, I don't know, you don't really hear that song played very much, even though it was a hit back in the day. Aerodynamic, it is an amazing song that had like a little guitar solo thing in there towards the bridge. I mean, this album is a fucking classic. I liked Harder, Better, Faster, Stronger, but then when Kanye sampled it in his song, it kind of made me a little sad that Daft Punk gave him clearance to use so much of that sample to build his song. Because, this is actually a great song. Then, of course, he just takes it and raps about how awesome he is. Yo, I'm Kanye, dog. Yeah. It's like, shut the fuck up. Way to ruin a great song. Crescent Dolls, Night Vision. Night Vision is like a great, it's not long at 1 minute and 44 seconds, but it's just like this dream pop. Think a la 10cc's I'm Not in Love. It's dream pop, and it's a beautiful little track that I wish they had kind of done a little bit more with. Just a lot of the sampling on this album, like, it's almost like they're like shuffling through the TV, like French TV. They're Daft Punk's French. And they're just like flipping through channels, and you're just hearing these random bits, like on songs like Face to Face, which is a great song. And the guy, Todd Edwards, the singer on Face to Face, a great singer. Then you have Too Long, which is a 10-minute long song that builds and builds. And I don't know, this is just kind of like an EDM, if you want to call it EDM, if you want to call it techno, which I would, I guess, but it's not rock, but it's its own little awesome thing. I mean, there's a reason why the Melon himself, Anthony Fantano, during his Classics Week, did an episode on, or did one of his segments on Discovery by Daft Punk, because it is, when I can agree with Anthony Fantano, that's when you know it's good, because normally I don't agree with anything he says, or I just find his fucking opinions annoying. Just reading your comments. Homework was superior? Get the fuck out of here. You're just trying to be a contrarian. Homework was not superior. That album, Revolution 909, you mean to tell me that song was like interesting? I mean, it was like, yeah, there was some great songs on Homework, but yeah, it was did not have the cohesion that Discovery did. And then sadly, after Discovery, they did that fucking awful album that was just so fucking repetitive, that was like forgettable, so forgettable that I'm forgetting the fucking name. What was the name of the one after Discovery? I own it. I bought it like when it came out back at my CD store or whatever. Help me out here. What the fuck was the name of that album? I know the chat hasn't gotten like the lag. I'll bring something up and then people will hear it moments later. No, it's not the Tron sound. Human After All. Human After All. Thank you. Yeah, Human After All was not that good at all. It was very repetitive. All the songs like were like they would get like a cool idea, like Robot Rock, for instance, and they would just kind of keep looping that same guitar riff over and over again, like taking in elements, taking out elements. I think they redeemed themselves on their Alive 2007 record because they used a lot of songs from Human After All and they mashed them together in such a way that they became way more interesting. And I was pleasantly surprised with that live album because they did a great job mashing up Human After All and, you know, making it something that was more interesting to listen to. So yeah, great stuff so far. Now, I hate to say this, but I did not follow the rule of one album per band because these are my top 10 or my top 15 favorite albums of all time. So I'm going to pick my favorite fucking albums of all time. But what I will do is I'll mix it up to where I'm not going back to back with the same band. And I'm looking at an album right here. So let's go. Smashing Pumpkins, Siamese Dream. Duh. Of course I'm going to pick that one. So set this bitch up here. This is another album that just, oh my gosh, from start to finish, it feels so cohesive. The songs are just amazing. Like Cherub Rock is one of the first songs I remember hearing on the radio from the Pumpkins. So I don't know if many of you remember me explaining how I first got into the Smashing Pumpkins, but I guess it bears repeating. My parents bought me a drum set when I was in 6th grade for Christmas, and it came with a VHS video on how to set up the drum set, and it had some drummers that were showing you a few basic little beats that you could do. I thought it was cute, you know, looking back for kids who were trying to get into playing the drums. And one of the drummers was Kenny Aronoff. Now, Rick Beato loves sucking this guy's chud, but he is a great drummer, and he played with the Pumpkins. And what they would do as they were explaining these little beat examples, they would edit in clips of them playing with the band live, and it was on their Machina tour, and Kenny Aronoff was playing the drums to like 0 or something, and Billy Corgan was singing. And when I heard his voice, and this is ironic given the last Smashing Pumpkins video I just did, when I heard Billy Corgan's voice, it kind of blew my mind. I was like, his voice, it sounds so fucked up. Dude, does he sound that way on all of his songs? Because if so, I think I might have just found my new favorite band. All I had heard up until that point was like proper singers. You know, people who like sounded pretty or sounded, I don't know, like this was kind of heard before I really heard like Nirvana. You gotta remember, like 11, 12 years old, like I the only reference point I had for rock was all my dad's music, which was still great, and a lot of it made it on this list, but you know, it was my dad's music. So the singers back in the 70s and 80s were pretty. You didn't have that many weird singers back then. But when I finally got into my own as a preteen or whatever, I started to seek out like the 90s music because my dad kind of fell off a little bit in the 90s with listening to, because, you know, it was the new shit. He was like in his 40s by then. He was over it. That's when I started finding out about Nirvana and the Smashing Pumpkins. But man, even Kurt Cobain, in my opinion, couldn't hold a candle to the weirdness that was Billy Corgan's voice. And then when I heard the music to match, you know, Cherub Rock was one of the songs I started recognizing on the radio as, oh, this is that band. I love this voice. I love this music. It's so moody. Now, talking about albums that you can still put on today and love versus albums that were a huge influence, I've got to bring in this is influence time. Now, as a greatest influence, of course, Melancholy, All Day Long. This album was a huge influence on me, and this was the first Smashing Pumpkins CD I bought. But if we're talking about listening experience from start to finish, it is Siamese Dream. From start to finish, this is a lean, amazing album. I'm not gonna lie. Melancholy got some songs I fucking skip. They're usually more towards the back of the track list, like you know, Galapagos. Well, no, I like Galapagos. And I don't know, like James Eha sings on some of the songs on Melancholy, and that bitch cannot sing for shit. His voice sucks. He cannot sing. He cannot carry a tune. Darcy's not that great of a singer either. It's rich me saying all this when Billy Corgan is the vocalist, I realize, but no, Melancholy is a super influential album for me for sure, but it's not my favorite in the sense that like I do skip songs, and they're more towards the end of both CDs, but I do skip songs. I do not skip a single song on this or any of the other CDs I've mentioned so far. But like I said, this album is fucking lean. It is, second song, Quiet. The tone. Oh my God, let's talk about the tone on this record. Butch Vig, coming hot off Nirvana's Nevermind album. He did the Pumpkins first with Gish, but then he did Nevermind, and then he went back and did Siamese Dream. The tones on here, the guitar tones, the distortion, the big muff, distortion pedal, the drums, and how like it sounds like he's chopping wood in there when he's doing flams on the snare drummer. Just his flam rolls and the frenetic pace of Jimmy in his youth at his prime. All of them at their prime, really. But really, Jimmy and Billy are the only two that really matter in the Smashing Pumpkins, because Billy writes everything and plays it, and Jimmy is an amazing drummer, who obviously writes his own parts, because to my knowledge, Billy cannot play drums. But, I mean, today, of course, it's overplayed, but it's still a fucking great song. And then you got Hummer, Rocket, just the melancholy tone, like vocal melodies. And yes, he knew how to write boy, did this guy know how to fucking write a vocal melody for this record. And the next record, and the next record. And then he just forgot at some point after Zeitgeist. Zeitgeist was the last beacon of hope, because there was shit before that in the 2000s, and there's shit after that. But he did something right on Zeitgeist. Anyway, Disarm, of course, is a fan favorite, a little overplayed. Soma, oh my God, such an epic song. Very just orchestral nature to it, a bunch of different moving parts. My favorite Smashing Pumpkins song, arguably of all time, Mayonnaise, is on this record, track 9. Space Boy, love the acoustic kind of slide up at the beginning, and just kind of like the burnt out vibe that song has, and just the sadness in all of these songs. You talk about like really writing something that somebody can feel. That's every song on this record. You feel so much emotion listening to these songs, whether it's through the lyrics or that were so fucking relatable. By the way, when did that become not cool? Writing relatable fucking lyrics, Billy Corgan. Like, why haven't you done... Literally, hipsters unite. Fucking... I'm forgetting the lyrics, but they're frightened and they're scared if you don't stare. It's like, God, that's so... how many people do you know that you could, like, pin that lyric on? Or just, Mayonnaise, like, try to understand that when I can, I will. Like, that could mean a lot of things. To me, it's talking about a failing relationship, or a relationship that has failed, and that, like, when he finally has his shit together, he will be there, but for right now, he simply can't. Yeah, man, I get emotional just even, like, talking about this album. It's so fucking good, and it makes me sad that, like, he just can't write like this anymore, and it's like, fuck. Man, I love this record so fucking much. Anyway. Didn't expect to get all emotional. I guess I'm like relating to the lyrics, and it's making me sad because I'm thinking about my own life. Like the mark of a good lyricist, someone that can make you feel something, not all these bullshit like Dickensian lyrics that he does now that are, it's like, what are you even talking about, my guy? Why did you just teleport from the 17th century and you were like this like high poet guy who fucking just, I don't know. Anyway, he writes shit lyrics now, is my point. Trying to read some comments right quick here. Through the Eyes of Ruby was a great song. That was an epic song off of Melancholy for sure. We only come out at night. Some girl interviewed Billy Corgan recently where he finally talked about his new album, Aji Maji May, or whatever the fuck it's called. and she's like, can I just tell you what my favorite song is of all time from the Smashing Pumpkins? In my head, I'm like, oh, here we go. What's she going to say? She says we only come out at night. And she says it's because it reminds her of when her and her friends were living in Miami as teenagers and all the mischief they would get into at night and all that. And I'm just sitting there going like, okay, I guess everybody has their own relation to music and songs and all that. I guess that's just as equally as valid as anything else. So, all right. Whatever. The feedback screech on Mayonnaise is iconic. Oh my God. Yeah, so great. XYU is a fantastic, I mean, make no mistake, Melancholy and the Infinite Sadness is incredible. However, I can't help but to stress that there's like 3 songs on each disc that I skip, and they're usually the last ones, and it's because it's one that James Iha is singing on, or it's just not my jam, it's not my vibe. There's like harps and shit. All right, let me jump around a little bit here, not stick to, all right, well, let me talk about an old one now. This is another one that's an obvious choice, but it's like right here next to me. Rush, Signals. Yeah, that is a very obvious choice for me. Anyone who knows this channel or who's been watching it, and I think this is actually a great topic, and thank you in the chat, or if you're not in the chat, if whoever suggested this idea that I do, because I didn't want to do a 15K standalone video, but the live stream just made a whole lot of sense. It did make a whole lot more sense to do a live stream than it did like an actual edited video, because I'm actually doing something, I'm talking about something that's not my channel, but this also ties into my channel because I talked about this record so many fucking times that if you know me at all, time to get the beer out. If you know me at all, you know that this is my favorite Rush record. Go as far as say one of my favorite records of all time. Subdivisions. In the high school, I didn't mean to do that. Subdivisions. I didn't mean to say it with so much authority as Neil did. But yeah, the synthesizer, the nature of the lyrical nature of the song, and I'm a guy who's normally like, oh, I don't care about lyrics. On this I can relate to these lyrics so hard, and this track was from 1982. The synthesizers were amazing. Neil's drums were just so on point for this song. The guitar solo towards the end gives me goosebumps to this day. Especially when Alex jumps to those harmonics at the end there, like I get goosebumps. Geddy transferring from the synth to the bass guitar at that short little pre-chorus where he's like, he does that run up and down the bass, like, yeah, bitch, I know I've been playing synthesizer this whole time, but I am still Geddy fucking Lee, and I'm still gonna shred on bass a little bit before I go into the chorus. It's just such an amazing song. And then let me see the exact track listing here. I know the songs off the top of my head, but I want to make sure I get the track listing right. I believe it goes into the Analog Kid next, if I'm not mistaken. Or Eating Bacon. Or Leaves I'm Rakin'. There we go. Yeah, the Analog Kid. So like that quick little pull on, pull off riff or whatever. I knew it was like something special musically that I had stumbled upon when I bought this record. My dad always had like Moving Pictures, Permanent Waves, 2112, but he never had this one. And I think my dad was one of those purists that like when Rush went to keyboards, a lot of people tapped out. A lot of people tapped out on this album, even though, I mean, it does have keyboards, but it still feels very analog. It still feels very like the guitar and bass are still the kind of the main instruments. Although I guess when you get to a song like Chemistry, that's not the case. But Chemistry's got that short little interlude bit where Alex is doing these like on the offbeat guitar upstrokes, and Neil's doing this interesting thing. The keyboard's doing this weird melody, and Geddy's singing over it like I distractions. I'm so bad with lyrics. I can't remember lyrics to save my fucking life. But yeah, I mean, this whole, oh my God, and then you get to track 7, Losing It, Have you ever read the lyrics of that song? It is so sad. It's basically about people who aspire to be something great and they basically just stay in their hometown and don't accomplish what they wanted to accomplish. Or it also talks about in the song like a once great author who's now facing the ravages of old age, who words once flew like quickly from his pen and now he's staring at the blank page as his mind dims. Or the dancer who what I said earlier about people who want to become something and never did, that's not what this song's about at all. I'm thinking about Middletown Dreams off of Power Windows. Scrub that. Losing It is about all these people who used to be great, like the dancer, the writer. And Neil is so cynical in this song, and it makes me feel bad for myself because it's like, geez, man, I'm trying to be an artist. I'm trying to aspire to do something great with my life. And in the song, he laments at the end for sadder still to watch it die than never to have known it. Talking about talent. Sadder still to watch it die than never to have known it. Like, man, that's such a jaded way to look at it, but I guess it's true in a way. I mean, isn't it sad to see all these artists we like, Billy Corgan, who used to be so great, and now they're just kind of like a shell of their former selves? Like, yeah, it is kind of sadder to watch it die than to never know somebody who had an artist who did touch your life because they were never able to kind of like make it or whatever. They were brilliant, beautiful lyrics. The song itself with the electronic violin played by Ben Mink, who they reunited with on one of their last shows, who reprised his electric violin solo, and it's beautiful, and he's just shredding that shit. Yeah, man, this whole album is the tits. I love it. With all these with all this talking, it's hard to beer, vape, smoke. Did I say that right? No. Beer, Mountain Dew, smoke. Sorry. Jesus, titties. Let me read the comments here. Beer, no squirt available, vape. Yeah, pretty much. Begging for incest and throat plunger. Don't know what that is all about. Counterparts is my favorite Rush album. Crazy, I know. No, that's not crazy. In fact, that almost made my list, but there are some songs that I do skip on that album. Like Alien Shore, you know, they have songs like that. Like, that was that song? Yeah, Alien Shore, For You and Me. Sex is not a job description. Sex is not a competition. I don't want to hear about Neil's middle-aged sex life. With that being said, they do have some great songs on Counterparts, and it would not be completely absurd if you said Counterparts is your favorite record. I would not look at you sideways for that. All right, let's move on. This is fun. I'm enjoying this. Oh, this is one that a lot of people aren't going to expect, but it is one of my favorite records. All right, we got Seal's second album, sometimes known as Human Being. He doesn't call it. It's kind of like Peter Gabriel. They just give it nicknames. Yeah, this is one of my favorite albums of all time, bro. Seriously. This album fucking oh, shit. Still got Rush up there. Get out of here, Rush. You're not wanted around these parts. No, I mean, if we're talking like amazing adult contemporary records that like stand the test of time out the ass, yeah, that record wins. Listen to it. It does not sound, I mean, it might sound a little 90s now with maybe some like the synthesizer or whatever, but like a lot of the, like there's real flute on there. There's real instrumentation. There's real like flamenco guitar. Like, I don't know, I haven't done a lot of research into like who produced this album or whatever. I'm sorry, Rick Beato, but sometimes I don't care about that. I mean, this was like peak Seal in my opinion. Kiss from a Rose is on this record. Obviously, that's probably what just rocketed Seal to mainstream success, although he had his first album before this one, which had the song Crazy on it, which was already kind of a big hit. But we're never gonna survive unless we get a little crazy, which is a great song. But yeah, that was kind of its big claim to fame. But this album, obviously Kiss from a Rose, but the whole fucking thing, man. Like, let me like just the track, like Bring It On, the opening track, Prayer for the Dying. You know, like his vocals, the melodies, the music is just like impeccable. Discography. Let me try to pull up the track list here. Yeah, and it's just kind of sad. Like most things, for whatever reason, it's like there are some artists. Oh, my Discord's making noise in the other room. There's some artists where. Oh wait, no, his third album was called Human Being. I'm stupid. People didn't call his second album Human Being. Yeah, this album came out in 1994. Just, I don't know. My dad always played this CD when I was growing up in the 90s. So yes, there is definitely some nostalgia value tied to this record. You know, Dreaming in Metaphors, great song, Don't Cry, Fast Changes. I love, like, those lyrics are becoming more and more salient as the years go on. Fast Changes are coming on. Slow Changes are, what is it? Fast changes are coming on. Slow changes are moving out. Or whatever. I don't know. Basically talking about how change just gets faster and faster as time goes on. And man, the older I get, it's like, you know, these adult contemporary records really make you think about life as like an adult. Like, they're made for adults. They're not made for kids. So the lyric themes are things that you think about and give a fuck about after you get over, you know, getting your heart broken and being a teenager and puberty and what's all this hair growing down here for and all that. Once you get over all that emo shit and you become a fucking adult who has to pay taxes, you start relating to people like Sting's solo shit or Seal or, you know, shit like that. It's Thinking Man's music. No, this is one of my favorite albums, and you should listen to it because I feel like a lot of you have probably not listened to this album. Because it's, you know, it's not rock. There's nothing rock about this album whatsoever. It's just, I don't know. If you fuck with Peter Gabriel's solo shit, then I think you can definitely fuck with this album, and you should. Let's see what people are saying. I mean, I can remember buying on 7-inch vinyl in 1991, massive hit in the UK. Oh, yeah, Sting is from the UK, I believe. I know he's got a British accent. It's always weird seeing a black man with a British accent, especially being from America. It's kind of the last thing that you expect to see, but it's there's something so regal about it. I don't know. It's like there's so much history in the British accent. It's like, man, I feel like I'm listening to like a sage or some shit when I hear a British person talk, especially if they have that like high British accent that they use on the news or whatever. Seal's Crazy was overshadowed by Kiss Spyros. Yeah, I like how my voice cracked just then. During like the Batman run, I would say, yeah, it probably kicked it down a little bit, but I think as time has like leveled out, I think Crazy has come back as a great song. Seal is wicked talented, rich musical textures, impeccably produced. Yep, great voice. Yep, I agree. Dude got Kloomed though. Yeah, he dated Heidi Klum for a while, but hey man, he got to smash him some of that Heidi Klum supermodel tang. Can't be angry at that. Seal, Killer is my jam. Yeah, Killer's a great song off of his first record. And then, you know, like some artists, they just they put out like some good shit, really good shit, and they just kind of, that's it. Like his third album, Human Being, after this one wasn't nearly as good, and then he did a lot of like covers albums, which my mom really liked, and like he's singing like just the classics, and I don't know, I was like, is he just not trying to be innovative anymore? And I don't know. Seal really kind of fell off to me, but there was that point in that period where he was I don't know, he was putting out some legendary shit. All right, let's move on here. Okay, this is another pretty fucking obvious one for anyone who kind of knows me. Lamb Lies Down on Broadway by Genesis, double album. One of the rare double albums that I can say is a perfect double album. I would not take a single song off of this double album. And you can't say that for a whole lot of double albums. A whole lot of them are a big fat dumpster fire that if only the double album had been trimmed into a single album, it would have been a perfect single album. I say that about Nine Inch Nails' The Fragile, for instance. That would have been a perfect single album. It would have equally been able to stand shoulder to shoulder with The Downward Spiral, but there's just too much fat, too many songs that probably should have been B-sides. This is not the case with The Lamb. The production of this album was very troubled in the sense of, keyboardist slash songwriter Tony Banks, vocalist slash songwriter Peter Gabriel, butting heads the whole time. Peter Gabriel insisted on writing all of the lyrics to this entire record. He wanted a cohesive narrative. He wanted a cohesive story that really defined what a concept album was. He was, he had already written little stories on Genesis Records in the past. He would tell these stories live before they would go into songs, like, say, Supper's Ready. Man, my allergies are giving me a fucking fit right now. It's really annoying. He would tell these stories before songs, like I Know What I Like, or Supper's Ready, or whatever. So then going into this record, he thought, well, why not just make a whole album that's this narrative-driven piece about this guy, this Puerto Rican kid from New York named Rael, who, this giant, like, kind of blast just overtakes New York City, and Rael gets sucked up in this blast and goes into this cocoon and is brought into this cave and emerges, and his brother John is even the band will go on to say the story was never the strong point. All right, it was the fucking music. Now, the song Lamb Lies Down Broadway, it's a cool song. It's nice and everything, but it's a little it is what it's meant to be. It's a little show tuney. It's a little, I think Gabriel's lyrics were, I love how contemporary they were in the first few songs, especially like Broadway Melody of 74, where he's talking about, hold on, let me try to look up the lyrics for this, because, like, I just love his wordplay. I'm fucking dying, and I'm just trying to live and talk right now, and my body has other plans. Genesis lyric. I love the wordplay on this song, and I gotta read the lyrics. And normally I don't care about lyrics. Echoes of the Broadway Everglades, with their mythical Madonnas still walking in their shades. Lenny Bruce declares a truth and plays his other hand. Marshall McLuhan, casual viewing, head buried in the sand. You can look up what these references mean. There's a lady who explained everything. There's a Genesis dedicated YouTube channel where she, but these are all like 70s references, and I love the wordplay and the inclusion of these things. Because at the time, bands were trying so hard to be kind of more like open-ended lyrically, where like this song could be timeless. It can be played at any time and you'll still be able to relate to it, like Sweet Emotion by Aerosmith, or whatever, they tried to make, but this is just markedly talking about kind of current events at this time, and kind of describing the landscape of New York, really painting the picture. Sirens on the rooftop wailing, but there's no ship sailing. Groucho with his movies trailing, stands alone with his punchline failing. Ku Klux Klan serve hot soul food, and the band plays in the mood. The cheerleaders wave her cyanide wand. There's a smell of peach blossom and bitter almond. Carl Chessman sniffs the air and leads the parade. He knows, in a scent, you can bottle what you made. There's Howard Hughes in blue suede shoes, smiling at the majorette, smoking Winston cigarettes. My dad used to smoke Winston cigarettes, so that always kind of pulls the heartstrings there, the nostalgia strings. And as the song and dance begins, the children play at home with needles, and pins. Like, ugh, goosebumps, man, like, so cool. And then, of course, they go into... Well, this is after they do Fly on the Windshield. Fly on the Windshield is one of the coolest intros of any record of any time. And I'm feeling like a fly. It's like heading to the windshield on the freeway. And then it kicks in with that guitar and that keyboard and that bass. It's like, dude, get the fuck out of here. This band is on fire. This does not sound like a 70s. It does, but it doesn't sound like a 70s record. I mean, Cuckoo Cocoon is a nice little guitar piece written by Steve Hackett. In the Cage is a legendary Genesis song that would go on to be played live ad nauseum. I love the keyboard solo in the Cage. Tony Banks came up with the most random ass keyboard solos, but really were catchy somehow. Though they weren't traditionally what you would think a cool keyboard solo, a la Foreplay by Boston. Just like that's just a badass keyboard solo. I would say a lot of Tony's keyboard solos weren't necessarily badass, but they were memorable. You remember them shits. And then they had these interstitials like the Grand Parade of Lifeless Packaging, Hairless Heart, which was a beautiful guitar piece. Counting Out Time, which the band thought was going to be I think the band thought Counting Out Time was going to be the single. And then, or the record label wanted Counting Out Time to be the single. It ended up not being the single. There wasn't really a single off this record, period, which is unfortunate because the pitfall of what I said earlier of Peter Gabriel writing all of the lyrics, that meant each song transitioned into the next song, which continued the story along, meaning that you couldn't really pick any one song out of context, or it's out of context, and now the lyrics don't make sense out of the story. So a song like Carpet Crawlers, which essentially became the single like a long time after the release of the album, yeah, it's a great song and all that, but if you really read the lyrics, it makes no fucking sense because it's outside of the context of the story. And I think even in the context of the story, it doesn't really make a whole lot of fucking sense either. But I would say, like, some of my favorite tracks off of here, I'm constantly telling you guys about the Chamber of 32 Doors. This is when we hear a young Peter Gabriel kind of transitioning into mid-level Peter Gabriel with that real soulful, raspy voice of his. Because he really didn't have that in a lot of the early Genesis stuff. His voice was very clean sounding and just clean. Sounded kind of like this, but better. And he didn't really have that rasp and grit that he would go on to develop later on in his career. But you could start to hear it in Chamber 32 Doors. I love Back in New York City, that weird keyboard slapback echo riff. And then fucking Anyway is an amazing song. The Lamia is probably my favorite song. Along with The Light Dies Down on Broadway, which is like a more dour and downtrodden version of The Lamb Lies Down on Broadway. And it's like, oh no, man, this whole record, it's a double album. I could talk about it all night, but I only have so much time, so I won't. Chugging the fuck out of this beer because I can't just sip on it like I would like to. All right, let's throw in another one in here. Sounded kind of weird. Okay, now this is another example of influential versus albums that I still actually listen to and just resonate with me as being my favorite. Now, if we're talking influential, Rammstein's Mutter, huge influence. When I first heard this album in 7th grade, my brother brought it home. I came home. This was playing on a little Bose CD player. My mind was properly fucking blown. I loved the vocals. I loved the guitar. I loved the riffs. But, you know, as time went on, it got a little overplayed, some of it. Everyone loves Zana. Hier kommt die Sonne, sie ist der hellste Stern von allen. Like, everyone sings that song in karaoke. Feuerfrei, unfortunately, had to be licensed on the Triple X soundtrack, so anytime I hear, bang, bang, Feuerfrei, like, I'm just like, yeah. But, I mean, with all that being said, this album is kind of a masterpiece. But if I'm going on shit that I like, for whatever reason, like my favorite Rammstein album that I just for the simplicity and the driving nature of it, man, I gotta go with their first album, Herzleid. It just is so primitive and driving, and I don't know, like the riffs are simplistic yet like tasty and original, even though they're not. It's like AC/DC, but like heavier. It's like they get a riff they like on the first record and they just like ride it out And they always have like these great melodic hooks in the choruses. I don't know, man. There was just something about that first record. Obviously, Mutter I fell in love with first, but just as far as if I'm putting on a Rammstein record now, I don't know. I usually just throw on the first one, and it opens with Wollt ihr das Bett in Flammen sehen? That oh shit! I just fucked my whole shit up. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's like driving. It's kind of monotonous, but at the same time, it's I don't know. It's just it's entrancing in some way. A lot of great songs on this record. Der Meister, Herzleid. The album that the track's named after, or the track the album's named after. That's an amazing song. Just the riffs on this fucking album, they shred. They're awesome. And then you have is Rammstein on this album? I believe it is, because that's what turned David Lynch onto this band. And that's how they got on the Lost Highway soundtrack, and that's when the US kind of really found out about them. Come on, bitch. All right, I'm gonna have to do this way. Rammstein discography. No, bitch. Listen to me. Oh my god. Studio fucking albums, you dipstick. Dipstick. Herzeleid. It's Herzeleid, not Herzleid. I was saying it wrong. Es tut mir leid. Zu meinen Deutschen. Track listing. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, you have then Weißes Fleisch, classic Asche zu Asche, Zeman, which is their that was like their first ballad. But even that has like walls of like they call it tremolo picking. It's not the proper term, but these like 16th note guitar riffs come in at some point just out of nowhere, and you're being blasted with like walls of distortion, even though the bass player, Olli Riedel, is playing this very beautiful arpeggiated bass thing. Das Autolied is a good song, a great song. Yeah, I don't know. This whole record is just hit after hit in my book. They give you the English translations, and they're kind of spooky. Oh, $20 super chat from Argan Charov. Hey Josh, so glad you're streaming so I can chill and relax tonight. Just got done packing a U-Haul, carrying boxes, and dealing with a fucktard who wouldn't lift a finger. Damn, that sucks. Hopefully you didn't tip him. Cheers and thanks for the entertainment. Well, thank you. I'm having a blast talking about all these fucking great records that I love. Sorry, I haven't been able to keep up with the chat here. I'm just having to like flap my gums off the top of my head. I'm amazed how much I'm able to talk about this shit with no script. I mean, I'm just like going off the top of my head with all the shit that I'm saying right now. Rammstein got me off my American ass to learn a second language of German. Me too. Rammstein did that for a lot of Americans, a lot of probably people just throughout the world, but I think specifically Americans, because we are kind of lazy when it comes to the learning the second language thing, because really English is the language of the world, so there's not a whole lot of motivation to learn another language. But I don't know. Ich versuche meine Bestes, die deutsche Sprache zu lernen, aber hoffentlich kann ich deutschen Leute in meiner Stadt, wer kann Deutsch sprechen, aber weiß es nicht. Vielleicht. Ich hoffe so. So, I don't know. I'm trying my best to learn German, but it's kind of hard to stay motivated when literally nobody speaks German in the town that I live in. And every now and then I'll meet someone who does speak German. They speak way better than I do, and they make me feel like a bitch, which is not difficult to make me feel like. Anyway, just revealed something about myself there. That was pretty painful. Oh mein Gott! All right. All right, I'm looking at my influences over here. I think I forgot to mention a few. So under Genesis, shit, you ass fuck, ruining my whole life. So I forgot to mention this, but under influences, a lot of people might have thought I would have picked their self-titled, because it's got Mama on it, which is like probably one of my favorite, if not my favorite Genesis song of all time. But no, this is a good record, but it's got some song, like, first of all, it's got Illegal Alien on it, which is one of the worst Genesis songs of all time, and would probably be canceled nowadays, especially the music video. Phil Collins is singing in like a Mexican accent or Hispanic accent or whatever. One Man Parade. Oh my God, Squeal, I made a Dancing with Ghosts live. You rule, Josh. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it. Thanks, buddy. Yeah, but no, this was a huge influence. This is how I found out about Genesis. VH1 did a throwback request thing, and they played Mama. And then I went out and I bought this record, and then that got me into the wide world of Genesis. But just an influence, not my favorite. Figured I'd throw that out there. All right, up next, what do we got? Well, let's do one of these duplicates, because there are some. Let's just go ahead and get this out of the way. Favorite record, if we're talking right now, today, 2024, top 15 records, Adore by the Smashing Pumpkins. This one I bought. I mean, you can see from the wear and tear maybe on it. Yeah, that's a good angle to show off the shittiness. As a kid, which is when I bought this album really let me down. I'm like, what the fuck is this shit? This is not heavy. This is not the Pumpkins that I know. But I was but a boy back then, a foolish boy who didn't know shit about fuck, as one might say it. This album fucking rules. I mean, the songwriting, the vocal melodies, and yes, though it might not have like a lot of ripping and rocking guitars, it has so much other cool, like, distorted synthesizers, and it's back when Billy still knew what the fuck he was doing. Like, he was implementing synthesizers in a really cool way. I mean, the song Avador is like an electronic, like, pop masterpiece. Like, it's goth, it's pop, it's electronic. It's kind of like everything I'm looking for in a song. It's got an amazing hook. You remember when Billy could write hooks? You know, we must never be apart. Like, you know, I can't sing it for shit right now because my voice isn't warmed up for a fuck. But, yeah, I mean, the dude could write hooks. And that's not, I mean, yes, that was their hit song. But it's the song Daphne Descends. Like the driving, like, kind of bass gallop in this, like, Ebo kind of drony guitar thing. And you love him more than this. Like that melody in the chorus. And then you have Tear. Like, it's just, then Behold the Nightmare. The lyrics are so beautiful, like, where the willows weep and the whirlpool sleep, you'll find me, and the nightmare rides on, like a December sad psalm, and the nightmare rides on. Like, it's just, the lyrics are beautiful, the emotion is there. It's a more adult feeling album, though, because you don't have all the cock that as you did in their previous records, which I still love, but, like, I don't know, man. It's like this was the natural progression of the band, and you know, I feel like if people had just left him be and left him alone, like, I think he still would be making stuff like this, but I think he's just gotten so burned by the general public that he's just like, fuck you people. Like, I don't even want to do this for you anymore. I'm just going to do weird shit that I like. But this was back when Billy still gave a shit. And this is an amazing album. And yeah, I mean, I had to include it. And if you had asked me 5 or 6 years ago, I would have said Melancholy and Siamese Dream are my 2 favorite albums. But man, has this album grown on me something fierce. And I can't get enough of it from beginning to end. And I love how the album starts out with a delicate acoustic track to Sheila, because it's so antithetical to the whole dream of 90s alternative rock. They're starting out with this sensitive ballad. It's like, you know, traditional alternative rock be damned. They're giving alternative 90s rock the middle finger with this record, but it actually is really good. And it's a shame that I'm sure a lot of people were disappointed with this record back when it came out, and that sucks because it really most modern Pumpkins fans now will agree that Adore is probably one of their best albums. So anyway, not trying to grab your ass, but I like your music. The mixes are great. Are you typically a mad person? I don't know if you're using mad in the British way or in the English way. Or, that was stupid. Are you using the English way or the American way or the British? If you're using mad in the terms of English way or American way, mad, no, I don't get angry very easily. Mad as in insane and mentally unwell, yes, I am mad in that sense. Adore's the album I will listen to when I slowly die. I mean, yeah, I could see that. Yes, I know that, Mama is one of your favorite songs, or Mama is the reason why Phil Collins is one of my favorite vocalists. Yes, Chicago. Me too, honestly. Sorry, yeah, it's a little bit harder for me to keep up with the chat on this one. I tried to, but it's a lot easier when we're watching something and I'm passively watching it with you. All right. Okay, so this is just an influence album, because like I really had to parse through, like, is this an album that I'll really sit down and listen to from start to finish? Or was this an album that just merely, like, greatly influenced me? This is an influence album. This is outside of the top 15. Pork Soda by Primus. My God, when my brother played this album for me on my way to school growing up, and, you know, Les Claypool's, like, slapping, like, he's muting the strings and he's slapping it with his thumb, or he's like, I don't know, just the way that album just sounded like wood and organic, and it sounded like it was just, I can't even describe it. Like, Primus in their style, and Les Claypool in particular, and the things they did on this album just broke all the fucking rules. Back when I thought I had everything figured out with rock music, Primus comes along, specifically this record, and then, you know, songs like My Name is Mud, you know, like, what kind of fucking riff is that on and what kind of bass is that? And why is he singing with this, like, southern twang, even though he grew up in, like, Southern California? And then you got the song, like, Welcome to This World, like, it starts out with this, like, crazy, like, South Parky sounding, well, they wrote the theme for South Park, so I should say it starts out with this crazy Primus sounding thing, and then he comes in with this distortion, and it's, like, wacky and jokey, but very serious and talented and frenetic all at the same time. And man, this album just gets me excited, gets me hard. But it's not really an album I listen to this day, because I burnt the fuck out of it when I burnt myself out on this record pretty hard when I was a teenager, because I listened to it so fucking much. So I don't know, these days if I'm listening to Primus, honestly, I give Green Naugahyde more of a spin than I do this one, because Green Naugahyde I wrote off a long time ago because I was like, well, this isn't what I'm used to. But when I went back and listened to it, I was like, no, this is still a really cool album, and there's cool stuff to be had here. Going into another one of my influence albums. So let's just quickly here. There's 4 CDs in every single one of my videos, right? One of them I just went over, self-titled by Genesis. It was influential because it really turned me on to Genesis, so that's why that's one of the 4 CDs on my CD rack. Another one of the CDs on my CD rack in every single one of my videos is Pink Floyd's Wish You Were Here. Now, not my favorite Pink Floyd record, but it was the first time, I think, as early as I can remember, being 5 or 6 years old, my dad had the cassette of this. He put the Sony Walkman headphones on me, and when Welcome to the Machine just happened to be queued up because it was a cassette. So, you know, whenever you stop the cassette and start it again, that's where it picked up. When I heard Welcome to the Machine as like a 6-year-old kid, it blew my fucking mind in ways that I cannot, like, describe. I didn't know those sounds could exist. I thought that, like, movies were movies, they're fake or whatever. But then I hear this amazing synthesizer Odyssey, and I'm just thinking to myself, like, holy shit, this is real. Like, this is like a kind of magic. Magic is real. These sounds can be made in real life, and it just blew my fucking mind, and it kind of like opened me up to the music I would ultimately end up loving. So that's why I Wish You Were Here is in every single one of my videos because Welcome to Machine really just fucked my nuts up. Kraftwerk's Computer World, influential. Kraftwerk as a whole, highly influential band for me. Showed me like really what you could do with the synthesizer in the sense of like actually composing a real song, composing a song with a verse, chorus, bridge, whatever. It's like, wow, you can really literally just make a band with 4 keyboard players, and the melodies are stunning to this day. The vocal melodies on any Kraftwerk album sound so tailored and just labored over to make it the most like the perfect, like most not catchy but just really good melody. The keyboard work was amazing. All of it so ahead of its time electronically. Like so many electronic bands or EDM artists or whoever owe a debt of gratitude to Kraftwerk, and they're another German band if you couldn't tell. Sadly, all of their albums that they originally released in German, they had to go and re-release in English, so I only have the English versions, but god damn it do I want the German versions of all these CDs, but those are pricey. But I want to hear it in the original language that it was intended to be sung in. The songs sound completely different. Like, Man Machine is different than Man Machina, it's like, or Mensch Machina, or whatever. That's the whole thing hits differently. So anyway, and then on my CD rack that appears in all of my videos is the 4th CD. The first CD I ever bought, I ever owned, I ever got with my own money. And that would be Play by Moby. I remember being like 11 or 12 years old, and the music video for Porcelain came on VH1, and Moby's sitting in the back of the Cadillac that's like driving itself. There's nobody in the driver's seat. It's just driving itself. The song itself was creepy with the reversed strings or reverse synth sound or whatever. And Moby's thin vocals with this creepy vocoder to kind of beef it up. And then he like opens up with the line, "In my dreams, I'm dying all the time." Like that always creeped me out as a kid. So I was like, I don't know who this Moby guy is, but I really want to fucks with whatever else he's got going on, because this is not rock. I don't know what genre this is. And then, you get the album. It's got, a good bit of songs on the back or whatever. And then you get to see a very twinkish Moby as well. And it was all like these obscure like samples of gospel singers from like the 20s that was recorded to wax, and he sampled it and he put like these modern beats over it for most of them. And then every now and then he'd sing on a song. Like Southside is an amazing song off of this record that later would go on to be remixed with Gwen Stefani singing on it, but I like Moby's version better when it's just him. Sexist. Yeah, some songs didn't age so well on this record, like Body Rock. Like that's kind of like it screams like 90s like techno. But I mean, Natural Blues is great. There's a lot of great songs on here. Even like the instrumentals are amazing. Yeah, just great album. First album ever bought. This is the copy, from when I was a kid. Probably got scratches all on it from being played a good bit. But yeah, that's a big influence for sure. And his autobiographies, I fucking or is a biography. When you write it yourself, it's an autobiography, right? Whichever. I love his autobiographies so much. They're so relatable. The dude had such a troubled life, and failing to be like accepted, and he thought the fame and money would cure him, and ultimately it didn't, and he turned to drugs and alcohol and sex to fill the void, and I don't know, it's just like really relatable, except the success part. I don't have that, but whatever. The first CD I bought was Astro Lounge by Smash Mouth. Dude, that might have been like the second one. No, mine was Fuchsia Mang by Smash Mouth, the one with Walking on the Sun on it. Yeah, that was like my second album, I want to say. I bought it at Blockbuster when Blockbuster sold CDs. And they had a song on that Smash Mouth album called Fuck It, Let's Rock. Or no, it was called Let's Rock but in the chorus, because my mom always wanted to read the CD, the booklet of the CDs to see what the lyrics, if they were good lyrics, because we were still pretending to be Christian back then. Well, I was pretending to be Christian. My mom still is, apparently, or whatever. And in the chorus said, "Fuck it, let's rock," over and over again. And she's like, no, this ain't gonna fly. But I think she ended up just letting me listen to it anyway. It was weird, man. She used to like really try to be like a proper parent and like read the lyrics before I listened to it, like it was gonna corrupt me or something. I guess it did in a certain degree. All right, now let's skip the influences and go back to like my top 15 favorite. Up next, we've got another pretty obvious fucking choice. Nine Inch Nails, The Downward Spiral. Oh my God, you want to talk about a more suitable name for a record? Like, yeah, it's kind of got this weird configuration here, The Downward Spiral. It doesn't exactly have the most easiest way of propping it up anywhere. I guess I'll try to just, yeah, there we go, that works. This album's fucking brilliant, man. I could still listen to it from beginning to end. However, I gotta really be in the mood, because if you really commit yourself to listening to this album, you will be fucking depressed at the end of it. Which to me is a sign of high art, that it can make you feel like that. Trent takes you with him down his spiral. The lyrics are very dark, some of the darkest lyrics that I've heard in some time. Mr. Self-Destruct starts the album out. There's this like sample from this movie, and it's just, it's so bizarre because it sounds like in the movie I believe it's somebody getting whacked with something or kicked, but it's like all reverberated. It's like boom, boom. I am the voice inside your head and I control you. It's so fucking cool how it starts out, like, and then the guitars come in, and the tone on the guitars, they don't really sound like a normal distortion. It's like this digitized, it's still a real electric guitar, but it's like this digitized distortion. And there's just so much studio magic. There's so much distorted synthesizers and like just making the synthesizer cool again. The 80s did a good job of making it look like one of the fucking gamer word that I can't say, one of the lamer instruments out there. Chicago's over here like, say it. But no, he really made like the keyboards and electronic instruments cool again. One could argue that he had already done that on, say, Broken, or even Pretty Hate Machine. But no, man, the toothiness on this album, the fur, the space. At the end of Mr. Self-Destruct, dude, when you're fucking Chicago, what the fuck is wrong with you, bro? Such a troll. At the end of Mr. Self-Destruct, he keeps looping the song kind of like over and over again until it gets so loud that it almost surpasses like the volume you have it set at on your speaker. It gets louder than that somehow. I've never seen an album do that before, where it's like I have it at this volume and that's the volume that stays. It goes louder than that because it's like, you know that it's peaking like a motherfucker in the studio. It's going into the red, and he doesn't give a fuck, because this album is called The Downward Spiral. This song's called Mr. Self-Destruct, and it only goes downhill from there. Piggy, this kind of swing rhythm, very basic, nuanced song with just basically a kick and a snare and this tambourine and this simple bass line, but then it starts picking up with this more swing. Instruments are added, like hi-hats, and like it's got this great swing to it. But then there's this, like, Trent gets into the drum booth and just literally starts thrashing on the drums at random. No metronome, no click track. He's just randomly hitting drums over the song. He's ruining his own song by playing these random messy drums all over, and it's beautiful because no one had ever done that in the mainstream, to my fucking knowledge. I'm sure there's people rolling eyes being like, bruh, he totally wasn't the first one that did that. I had never heard an artist on that caliber specifically like just bring chaos to a song that seemed like it was going to start out so composed. And I was just like, this is fucking genius, whatever this is. Then you get into Heresy, a track that I skipped when I was growing up because I was still holding on to my Christian faith. I was trying to. The chorus is literally, God is dead, no one cares. If there is a hell, I will see you there. I just couldn't, and I loved the music and like the synthesizer and the distorted drum machine, but then it breaks into that chorus, God is dead and no one cares. It's like, holy shit. It was so like, flew in the face of like everything that I was taught to believe, and he's just saying it like so blatantly, like, I am tired of struggling with this. I am no longer struggling with it. I have decided to unalive myself. I am on the bridge and I've decided to jump. That's what this album conveys. I'm saying this is not an album you listen to if you're already in a bad place mentally. You got to be in a good place to withstand these lyrics and this sonic onslaught. And then you get to March of the Pigs, track 4, with this odd metered drum beat where it's like a 5/4. It's like hits random tom, starts beat again. So automatically you're starting off with this uneasy, unconventional time signature. And then that Moog, that low sawtooth Moog comes in. You know, then the vocals come in. Step right up, march. It's so badass. Like, I don't get excited like this about music, new music these days. I just don't, and I wish I could. And then you get to Closer, of course, which is the big hit. Yeah. We all know about that. Fuck You Like an Animal, which again, for the time, to be played on mainstream pop radio, those are some edgy fucking lyrics. And of course they blipped it out or whatever, but like, man, to even like commit that, and this was going to be like your big like release, like this was going to be a major label release, and to have a chorus like God is dead and no one cares and I want to fuck you like an animal. Do you see how the 90s, how music culture in the 90s, when it came to record companies, do you see how much more open-minded they were and how much more cooler I'm still sure you still have to deal with some bullshit from the record executives and all that, but they let shit like this make it on to become mainstream. It's like, haven't you record executive fucking assholes realize that whenever you allow someone to be an artist and do something different, you get rewarded most of the time? Then, of course, you go into Ruiner, the song after Closer, and it's got this sample of just people screaming in the background. And then the chorus, people will usually say bagpipes. It's not bagpipes. It's an electric guitar that is sped up super fast to where it sounds like bagpipes, but it's not. And the mix is so crazy that like his vocals are like in each ear, like very much like he's whispering. And I think he did that because like there's literally no room in the mix for his vocal anywhere else, because it was just so much noise and instrumentation going on. And then the album, like the second half, just keeps going downhill. Big Man with a Gun, I Do Not Want This. Then we finally get to track 10, A Warm Place, which is this really pretty kind of somber piano kind of thing, instrumental. And it kind of exactly is what the title advertises. It's a warm spot for your brain to kind of rest before they kick your ass again with Eraser, Reptile, the Downward Spiral, and then the album ends on Hurt, which Johnny Cash would later go on to cover. And it's sad that more people know his version than the original version, but Hurt is obviously an amazing song. It's the ballad off the album. It's basically him kind of realizing what he is and what he's become, and how if he could start over, he would find a way to not have his life end up this way. And as somebody who is fighting addiction with the alcohol and all that, I am relating to that harder and harder the older I get. And so loved the album as a kid, love it for different reasons now. Definitely one of my favorite albums of all time. And I know there's going to be Black Metal Gamer. Thank you for the super chat there. Appreciate it, bro. But yeah, I know there's going to be people like, Pretty Hate Machine, bro. And it's like, yeah, Pretty Hate Machine's a great album, but that album, I don't know, dude. I don't feel like it's aged the best in the world. Like some, like Kind of I Want To, or like Ring Finger. Like those songs blow, you know. And there's no song on Downward Spiral that I could be like, yeah, this track sucks, man. Like, no, they're all essential. And again, it's all a theme, right? I keep going back to these albums that have these overarching themes. I don't know why, but for some reason, that to me makes it a better album listening experience. All right, moving on. Let's switch it up a little bit. Favorite album of all time, REM's Monster. Monster was the album that got me into REM. You know, we had all heard of REM before. We'd all heard Losing My Religion. We'd all heard this one goes out to the one I love. We'd all heard that one. We'd all heard it's the end of the world as we know it, and I feel fine. We'd all heard of REM, but I didn't know that REM had like an alternative rock phase. Did not know that. And they did, and I really liked it. It had swagger. It was like it was like the Rolling Stones if the Rolling Stones didn't suck and wrote better melodies. But yeah, this album it sounds like summertime. I feel not summer as in like, oh my god, it's summer. It sounds like walking down a desert road in Nevada or Vegas or something. I know Las Vegas is in Nevada or whatever. It's like I'm walking down a long road in the desert and I see the heat trails coming up from the road. That's kind of, it's got this warmth to it. It's got I don't know, these songs evoke I don't know. I just like them a lot. They're just solid alternative rock songs, but they're playing by their own rules. REM had been so well established at this point. They weren't really they weren't worried about playing by the rules of anybody else at that point. I believe this album came out in 93. Obviously, grunge had been firmly cemented at this point as the music du jour of the time. This is not a grunge album though. It's got too much swagger to be a grunge album. It's got too much like sex to be a grunge album. It's not sad enough to be a grunge album. In fact, this album isn't sad at all. It's like I said, I feel like this is an album you could very well put on, and I'm not talking about What's the Frequency, Kenneth. The albums get a little bit swaggery after that one, because that one's not very swaggery, but a little bit. You got Crush with Eyeliner, King of Comedy. Great groove in that song, that drum groove. And make your money with a suit, and like the kind of talk singing that Michael Stipe's doing. Then you got slower songs on this album that are just beautiful, like Let Me In, a song that was written for Kurt Cobain after he committed suicide. There's no drums in the song. It's just Mike Mills, who normally plays bass, is strumming Kurt's Fender Jaguar guitar. It's the guitar. I believe there's a music video for it where you can see Mike Mills strumming Kurt Cobain's guitar, and it's just this ocean of distorted guitar, and Michael Stipe singing this very immediate, exciting sounding vocal melody. And then he's got the whole like, yeah, let me in. Beautiful like hook that I butchered just then. But then Peter Buck, who normally plays guitar, is actually playing keyboard. And he has this sad like roller rink sounding keyboard melody that he comes up with that sounds just nostalgic. It really like hits you in the feels. Even though it's you know, a nostalgia that I didn't live, REM's really good at writing songs that feel nostalgic, and it is reminding you of a time and place that you've never actually been to. Listen to their song I Remember California and tell me that song doesn't give you some nostalgia feels. Of course, the big alternative rock hit off of this record, Bang and Blame, which I don't think has really kept up in the cultural zeitgeist, if we're talking alternative rock, as much as many songs from that era. I never really hear that in any conversation when talking about alternative rock. The song Bang and Blame, I thought it was kind of a weak chorus personally. You bang, 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 blame, blame, blame. Like, that's kind of one of the weaker songs off the record, but it's still pretty good though. And then You, the closing song, I really like. It's another one of those very vibey, trippy, Michael Stipe's using a lot of almost Peter Gabriel-esque falsetto on this record, how he'll just randomly insert some falsetto notes to kind of cut through the mix. A lot more heavier distortion tones found on this record than any other REM record. They've recently did a silly reissue where they brought Michael Stipe's vocals up in the mix. I did not care for that at all. Not that he has a bad voice. He's got one of my favorite voices out of any of them. I think he's got an amazing voice, but you know, they intended for him to be buried in the mix, and that's what they put out. That's what they were confident with. I think that's how it should stay. I don't personally feel like his voice necessarily needed to be brought up with a record like this. Yeah, I love this record so much. I could listen to it anytime. Thank God Everybody Hurts isn't on this record because that song kind of sucks. Yeah, Automatic for the People is a good record, but man, there's just all the good songs are the ones that no one ever talks about, like Ignoreland or Monty Got a Raw Deal or what's the opening track that's escaping me right now. But yeah, anyway. So yeah, it's one of my favorites, man. REM's Monster. All right, we'll get into an influence album here. Now, yes, I love this guy. He's a huge influence. But none of his records really top my favorite. The band that he was with did, but yeah, Peter Gabriel's fourth album, Security, huge influence. Love this album, great album. I don't think there's the last song, Kiss of Life, kind of sucks, but every other song on here is really good. The Rhythm of the Heat, San Jacinto, I Have the Touch, The Family and the Fishing Net, which Primus covered. What an obscure song, but it was a perfect Primus song. Shock the Monkey, Lay Your Hands on Me, Wallflower. Wallflower is an amazing song. Huge influence of an album, but I'd be lying if I said that I, would put it on. And I mean, I would, but I don't know. I think this is one, much like the Primus Pork Soda one, I just burnt myself out on it so much when I was younger that I'm just kind of like, not so much. Josh loves all the songs I skip. Like, on what? I like all the shit I haven't. Oh yeah, Drive. That's the song. No, I mean I like the songs that I haven't heard a million times. That's kind of my bag. All right, now I'm gonna throw in one that's gonna freak a lot of people out, and I only have the cassette tape of it. One of my favorite albums, and it was an influence that I can go back and listen to, and still do. Weird Al's Bad Hair Day. I fucking love this album, and I still listen to it. Let me see if I can make this bitch stand up. You'll barely be able to see that. Whatever. Yeah, Weird Al, genius parody master. A lot of times does not get the credit he deserves. Very big influence on me musically. I never talk about that. I should more. That album in particular, Bad Hair Day, was just, even though I know that, like, yes, some of them are parodies and other of them are pastiches, there are very few songs that Weird Al does that are 100% original. A pastiche may sound like an original song, but it's not. I mean, the album opens up with fucking Amish Paradise. Fucking hilarious. Who would have thought to take a Coolio song called Gangsta's Paradise and flip it around and talk about the fucking Amish, and in such a funny way? I mean, good God. And first of all, the Amish would never do a rap song. So just the premise of Weird Al's this Amish guy rapping is like so funny. And if it sounds corny to you, just go listen to the song and shut up. But like the lyrics, I mean, are so clever. I mean, the guy is so smart. And the music video, you can't even really talk about the song without mentioning the music video. But yeah, then you got Everything You Know Is Wrong. Now, I thought growing up this was a original, but it's like a style parody of They Might Be Giants, another band that people keep telling me that I have to check out. They Might Be Giants. Still haven't done it yet. I love the lyrics of this song. They're funny. It's, they're just funny to me. Sometimes I have a very silly, simplistic sense of humor, and this just scratches my funny bone. Then they got Cavity Search, which is a parody of U2's Hold Me, Thrill Me, Kiss Me, Kill Me, which is, as if you've been paying attention, my favorite U2 song of all time. If not that, then New Year's Day. But it's a parody of that, and he's talking about going to the dentist. He's like, hold me, drill me, fill me, bill me, or something. I forget exactly what it is, but it's just, the lyrics are just so funny. Then he's got that song Callin' In Sick, which is like a send-up of the grunge genre as a whole. And the whole song is about him like, I'm calling in sick today, man. Screw whatever the boss thinks. It's basically taking grunge music and like mocking how self-serious they take themselves, which is what Weird Al has always just been a master at doing. He's been a master at looking at pop culture and pointing out how silly and self-serious it is, and how it's all just a joke at the end of the day, and they shouldn't take themselves all that serious. He does these polka songs that he had established from like the second record he ever put out. This one's the alternative polka. I do this on karaoke. Basically all the bands that I love from the 90s, he's like doing a mashup of their songs, but to a German style oompa kind of polka song. And they're always really funny and really ingenious how he stitches all the songs together. I found out about a lot of bands I like through Weird Al, because I wasn't allowed to listen to secular music, but I was allowed to listen to Weird Al. And he would do these parodies, and I would look and see who the original artist was. And I liked the parody so much that I wanted to hear the real version. And so that's how I listened to like Bullet with Butterfly Wings and a bunch of other songs. Weird Al has turned me on to countless amounts of bands. Since You've Been Gone, Barbershop Quartet, this is one of his originals, hilarious. Then you got Gump, which is a parody of Lump by the Presidents of the United States of America. Syndicated Incorporated, which is a parody of Misery by Soul Asylum. Frustrated Incorporated. Well, Weird Al's version is about TV shows and his love of watching TV. And then you got the Weird Al original, The Night That Santa Went Crazy, which is fucking hilarious. Just so smart, like the lyrics, I don't know, like witty, funny, very influential, very talented man, underrated. I mean, he's not underrated, but he is at the same time. Because in any real musical discussions, Weird Al's never mentioned. Just like I'm sure y'all weren't expecting me to mention it here. But yeah, Weird Al, if we're talking musicians and music, he's fucking right up there with Genesis. I mean, like, I love listening to his albums. They really, like, are a treat to listen to. In fact, I may listen to this album tonight when I get done live streaming. I fucking love it. Good stuff. The only medium that I have his stuff in is cassettes, by the way, because that's how old or how young we were when we got into listening to Weird Al. My mom was big on cassettes over CDs because I think they're a few bucks cheaper, and our car could only play cassettes. So I'm old as fuck. But anyway. Welcome, Slunkster. Just got in here, eh? This has been a blast, man. We're still not done, though. Okay. We got some doubles here, so let's just go ahead and knock this out. Talking about 15 favorite records of mine of all time. Gotta give Trick of the Tail some love. Peter Gabriel left the band just the album previously with Lamb Lies Down on Broadway. And then Phil Collins goes from behind the drum throne to the microphone in the studio for Trick of the Tail. And man, Phil might have been told what to write by Tony Banks and Mike and Steve. Probably more Tony than anybody else. Who's kidding who? But, man, after Peter left, the musicians of the band really let loose and wrote some of their most classic post Gabriel material. I don't think anybody can argue that. I mean, Entangled. Can we talk about Entangled? It's this Crosby, Stills, and Nash-esque folky acoustic ballad with these like 3-part harmonies that you never really go on to hear after that song, actually. Let's talk about Dance on a Volcano. The opening sounding all creepy and shit, like did not sound like a product of the 70s at all. Cannot believe it came out in 76, was it? 77? I don't know. Squonk. Squonk is a song I'll still play at my DJ gigs, man. When that song, when it comes in with like the little triplet, and the Moog Taurus pedals making that bassy thump or whatever, sounds amazing on a subwoofer, by the way. But yeah, the vocals that come in, Phil just doing the like father, like son, just the gritty, like piercing vocals, very much different than what Pete might have done. Then you've got fucking, what the fuck else do you got, mate? Madman Moon, that's Tony's the little Time to Shine, great song. It's a little bit of a slow burn, but if you give it time, you will grow to love that song. I would say Robbery, Assault, and Battery is the only song on this album that I just really can't stand. It's kind of it's like showing early signs of Illegal Alien off of their self-titled. It's kind of a jokey song a little bit. Phil singing in like a Cockney accent at one point, playing the part of the thief or whatever. Then you got Trick of the Tail. Oh no, Ripples. Oh, Ripples. Isn't that a beautiful song? Sail away, away, ripples, they never come back. Yeah, it's a beautiful song, and it's got an amazing middle eight where the musicians are just showing off their progginess. Usually, if it's hard to play, it's probably a prog song. Trick of the Tail's a nice little pop tune for the time. Not my favorite, but I mean, just those few songs I mentioned so far, Dance on Volcano, Entangled, Squonk, Madman Moon, that's enough to save this. But then you get Los Endos, which, oh my goodness, what a fucking juggernaut of a song that is. Los Endos is just a musical juggernaut. Not only is Phil doing this hyper jazz kind of rhythm in the background, but you've got, you know, this almost jazz fusion kind of keyboard runs and the guitars following right along. They reprise several of their songs, such as Dance on a Volcano, which at some point Tony Banks starts doing these very creepy Mellotron notes, almost like a sound cue that would be found in an Unsolved Mysteries episode on Ghosts or something. It's like creepy and cool, and it's like these like atonal creepy things in the background, and then it's like it reprises Squonk, but it's just the music, so it's like but it's like all on keyboard. He's playing Phil's vocal melody on the keyboard, and it's like got all this, like the Taurus pedals have this like sub bass thing going on, and it's like Fly on the Windshield Part 2. Like Los Endos is such a banging ass song, and for anyone who says that the Collins era was bullshit, fuck you if you can't listen to that album and tell me that doesn't measure up to anything Peter did, if not better, because Peter had some weak ass shit in the early days. Not all of the Peter era Genesis stuff was gold. So fucking good, man. Like in Los Endos live, it sounds even better because this is like kind of 70s studio production a little bit. Although if you have a good enough sound system, it'll still kick your ass, especially if you have the version that I do, which has the it's got the extra 5.1 mix, which is tailored even more so for modern day sound. They went back with their reissues back in 2007. Tony Banks saw to it personally that they did this correctly, which is cool that a band member, sat through every single Genesis record and made sure the 5.1 mix was done correctly, even calling all stations. So he had to re-listen to that shitty album, poor guy. Anyway, so love Trick of the Tail. Amazing album. Often underrated album, I would say. Oh shit, No Jacket Required is better. What? that was a good one. That made me laugh. No jacket required. Yeah, dude. Yeah, you're right. When I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Funny you say that. Weird Al cassettes were some of the first albums I ever owned. I'm 43. Yeah, man. That dude's like 100 years old at this point. Weird Al. He's been around for a long fucking time. I do have a Spotify account. We're almost at 15. We got 2 more to go. Now I'm throwing up my last Influence album. Not quite an album that would be considered my favorite, but certainly a huge influence. And that would be Rage Against the Machine's The Battle of Los Angeles. Now, when I first heard Testify, Rage Against the Machine was one of those bands that kind of scared me a little bit. I viewed them in the same categories like Korn and Slipknot and Limp Bizkit. I was like, I'm young and they're scary and they sound angry. But then when I finally, like, my balls dropped, Testify was just, oh man, that all of their riffs, they're like AC/DC as well in the sense that all their riffs they sound like a Rage Against the Machine riff. And if anybody tries to copy them, that band will promptly be called out as a Rage Against the Machine clone band. And you know you're a bad motherfucker when you are so good that if anybody tries to write a riff that even sounds remotely like something you would write, you get called out for it. And, you know, a lot of people will say their first album. But for me, this was when they came onto my radar. This was released in what, 99? Or, yeah, 98. Yeah, 99. Yeah, so on MTV, MTV2 or whatever, they were playing the music video for Testify. Of course, Guerrilla Radio was on Tony Hawk Pro Skater 2. So, that's I got so sick of hearing that song. But then you have like Calm Like a Bomb, which has that really friendly sounding bass line that opens up the song. Feel the funk blast. Oh, feel the funk blast. And all the crazy shit that Tom Morello does on guitar. Like, yes, he blew a lot of his load on the first record, but that load was fuller than we thought because Evil Empire saw another blowing of the load with some really great guitar effects on that record for sure. But by the time Battle of Los Angeles came out, I mean, he still had it. He was still busting out for the fucking guitar solo for Testify. He takes the plug out of the output jack on the guitar and he just holds it up to his hand, causing the amp to feedback, but he's got a wah pedal on his pedal board and he's manipulating the feedback with the pedal, and it's just incredible to watch. If you pull up any of their live shows on YouTube, the full concert, and just watch how that man replicates those effects live, it's fucking mind-blowing. Like, why isn't this guy talked about more as far as greatest guitar players of all time? Yeah, sure, he can shred, and he has before, but he chooses to usually not shred. In fact, one of the songs I can think of where he kind of does a lot of shredding is a B-side called Darkness, which was off of some soundtrack of some movie of the 90s, because of course, that's what the 90s was big on, doing these soundtracks, putting these great songs on there, and you can only find it on the soundtrack. I did a whole video about it like 10 years ago. Not that long, but like 8 years ago. It was one of my first YouTube videos. I was really proud of that one, but yeah, man, it's big influence. Okay, so now we're at the home stretch here, last 2, and then we're gonna, yeah, Crow had Darkness. Okay, I knew it was one of those. Yeah, Tom Morello does this very jazzy, shreddy solo on that song. There's no real effects to speak of, but I mean, he explored the guitar again at the end of the 90s where all the juice had been squeezed out. Before bands just started tuning their guitars down so low that the strings just vibrated when you hit them, and vibrated as in like they're barely emitting like an audible frequency. That seemed to be the new go-to after the 90s. It's like, well, we've already done everything on the guitar, so let's just tune it down to where it's barely audible and make it more rhythmic and hardcore, metalcore, all that shit started emerging that I don't give a flying fuck about because it's not all that musical to me. All right. I'm not drinking these beers fast enough, damn it. I'm gonna start beating you in the chat, just beating you. That's what I'm gonna do. Tell you what. All right. Okay. Last 2 influences here. 15 greatest albums of all time that according to me, this may sound crazy to some of you. This is a copy, and it is Power Windows by Rush. This is around the time that people really started to not like Rush anymore. They didn't like Rush because Rush had gotten so lost in the sauce with the keyboards that a lot of people were like, fuck that. This band isn't 2112 enough anymore. We were willing to put up with you on Moving Pictures. A little bit of wee-doo. That's fine. We'll put up with that. We might even be able to put up with a little bit of, Signals action or whatever. But by the time the band released Power Windows, most Rush fans were like, okay, this is the floor that I get off on. Nah, man, I fucking love this album. I can listen to it. There's like one song that I typically skip, and it's Manhattan Project, just because it's kind of corny, but you got the big money. It's so bright when it comes in. It's so bright and vibrant. It's hard not to kind of smile a little bit when it's so powerful. Geddy's using these Moog Taurus pedals. Those are the pedals you see him stomping on when he's playing the keyboard. The same pedals that Genesis used for Squonk. And the Police used them as well on Don't Stand So Close to Me. That beginning bass drone was, that's what that was. But yeah, it just gave the songs more power. It gave it more ass because it was like a sub-octave kind of bass tone. So it really made those, in the stadiums, it really made those subwoofers work. And it comes in so powerful. And if you listen to the bass line of that song, Geddy Lee is really doing some funky, crazy shit on there. And he's singing at the same time. And I don't know how the fuck he does that. I can sing and play guitar at the same time, but I can't sing and do a fucking guitar solo at the same time, which is essentially what he's doing on that song. And then you get into Grand Designs, which I just think is a really beautiful sounding, like synthetic, plasticine 80s song. And that's not always a bad thing if it's plastic and 80s sounding. But I don't know. They embraced the 80s in a Rush way, which I think was interesting. That would be like if Trent Reznor tried to do a country song. It would probably sound super fucking interesting when you're stretching yourself and you're pushing yourself into a different genre that you're not comfortable with. You're going to make choices that the stalwarts and the muckety mucks who are so caught up in the rules of that genre would never do. And that's what Rush did on this album in regards to what was going on with New Wave, what was going on with the New Romantic movement. Then you got a song like Marathon, that has this great chorus. From first to last, a cadence never passed. Something always captures the light that flashes your eyes, or whatever he says. But yeah, I mean, that's just a great song. Just really well-written songs on here. The song Territories, which lyrically I like a lot, is basically about how nationalism is stupid. You're fighting over a rag, talking about a country's flag. You're fighting over an old rag, and I just like how Neil is cynically, in typical Neil form, taking the piss out of the nationalism and, kind of shining a light on xenophobia to a certain extent. And then we get to one of my favorite Rush songs of all time, Middletown Dreams. Now, I had alluded to this song earlier, but the music I love. It's got this synthesizer sequencer that I always wanted to turn into a breakdown. It's like I was like, man, that would make a really cool breakdown. Be like super like genty. But I love the music, but the lyrics are so fucking. I never thought about getting lyrics tattooed on me before. No, it's a motion detector in the next one. Anyway, they're both great. But no, Middletown Dreams, this is the song that I was saying. Lyrically, it's about somebody who wanted to basically leave their city, leave their town, and pursue something and just never did. And just stayed where they lived and stayed in their comfortable life. I almost want to pull up some lyrics from this song. I never pull up lyrics because I normally don't care about lyrics. So when I'm pulling up lyrics, you know that I think they're really good. And you all... 66 of you are here, so fuck it, why not? Let's do it, mate. Yeah, I bet you guys weren't expecting Power Windows to be one of my favorite albums of all time, top 15 or whatever. But it is. Number one's gonna be Nickelback, Silver Side Up. Hell yeah, bro. So the lyrics to the song: the office door closed early. The hidden bottle came out. The salesman turned to close the blinds. A little slow now, a little stout. But he's still heading down those tracks any day now, for sure. Another day as drab as today is more than a man can endure. And then Geddy goes into this beautiful, with like very reverberated, with these synthesizers, like these very heavy like synthesizers, very deep. Dreams flow across the heartland, feeding on the fires. Dreams transport desires, drive you when you're down. Dreams transport the ones who need to get out of town. The boy walks with his best friend through the fields of early May. They walk a while in silence, one close, one far away. But he'd be climbing on that bus, just him and his guitar, to blaze across the heavens like a brilliant shooting star. And then the one that kind of like gets me a little bit here is that the last line here. The middle-aged Madonna calls her neighbor on the phone. Day by day the seasons pass and leave her life alone. But she'll go walking out that door on some bright afternoon to go and paint big cities from a lonely attic room. Neil, why you gotta throw so much shade on us who ain't famous, dog? Like, seriously. Like, yes, I get you were very famous by now. And we're not, but you gotta mock us? Like, bro, we're trying, all right? Like, we're trying to get there. And then the last line, it's understood by every single person who'd be elsewhere if they could. So far, so good, and life's not unpleasant in their little neighborhood. It's like, it's so like speaks to people who settle, you know, in life, who just settle for, you know, life's not unpleasant, you know, so far, so good, but I would rather be elsewhere if I could, but this is my lot, this is my life. It's weird for someone like Neil, who joined Rush so young and spent most of his life on the road, living what most other people would be their dream, to be like a rock star, and yet he had so much perspective. It's like, Neil, this is not a life you've ever known. You've been exceptional since a very young age. So for you to be able to kind of like nail it so succinctly in a song like this is like bizarre, because he's never known a life of mundacity, you know, that I have known. I know this life. I know who these people are. That's why I relate to it, and I love this song so much. Emotion Detector is another great song. I just really like it. Again, lyrics from it that I want to get tattooed. Illusions are painfully shattered right where discovery starts. Illusions are painfully shattered right where discovery starts. I thought that was such a genius line from Neil. He's probably one of my favorite lyricists, because I've quoted his lines before in my live streams and people have cringed at me. I don't care, man. I think he's a fucking great lyricist. So yeah, I mean, and then Mystic Rhythms, the last song. That's just a fun song to listen to. Mystic Rhythms, I love that song. Like, just synthesizer out the ass. Barely. Alex has gotten so pushed off out of the picture at this point, it's not even funny. But yeah, anyway, so let's get to the final one here. And then we're going to watch the very first YouTube video I ever did. Since this is my 15,000 subscriber special, we're going to watch the first YouTube video I ever attempted to do, and then I'll end the stream. But yeah, this has been so fucking fun, man. So much. I'm so glad I did this, because I was not going to, not this week at least, but I not going to lie, I woke up pretty lay hungover, so I was gonna do something. I was gonna go touch grass, but I was like, you know, I'd rather not touch grass. I'd rather just stay at home and do a fucking live stream. Man, can you give me a track list to this album? That's all I fucking want, bro. Like, come on now. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to. Okay, all right. For fuck's sakes, that took forever. I know you can't see what I'm doing right now. I feel like Bob Ross as I'm talking to you. Okay. All right, last favorite. Josh's favorite of all time. What do you think it's going to be, guys? What band do you think it's going to be? I just want to hear in the chat, what band do you yeah, I get a copyright strike while I show it, probably. Yeah, what band do you think is going to be the last one for me? A prog band. Vanilla Ice's first album. Oh, 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 got some good guesses. All right, let's do it. Pink Floyd's The Wall. The perfect double album. Perfect double album. Lamb Lies Down is also a perfect double album, make no mistake. But The Wall is the gold standard of a perfect double album. Yeah, Chicago, you were pretty much correct. Yeah, they're considered a prog band by a lot of people. And Anthony hit it right on the head, though. It's too easy. Well, that just means you care about me and you spent enough time with me to know this already. Oh my God, what can you say about this record? It came out several years before the actual movie. I believe it came out in, oh, sorry. I don't want to be RGT85 burping into the microphone here, but there we go. I want to say this album came out in 79. Movie came out in 81, I want to say. So the movie had to revolve around the soundtrack. Soundtrack came out first before the movie was even there. So, I mean, the movie itself is fantastic. That's why I had to do that takedown of fucking Doug Walker. Even though, like, a million other people have already taken a fat shit on Doug Walker for trying to diss such a classic album, I had to throw my 2 cents in the arena because I love Pink Floyd, and this album is just... But much like the Downward Spiral, you kind of have to be in a decent place because it's heavy, and there's 2 CDs or 4 LPs or whatever. I don't know. Yeah, no, I mean... Roger Waters' dad was in World War II and died. Okay. That's well and good, and it's been much like, I would say, Dark Side of the Moon. It's been a bit overexplored, like the concept, but I don't think the music has. In the Flesh opens up, or as I in the Flesh, question mark. Just those guitars, and probably for me the thing that stood out the most was the bends that David Gilmour did, that bam, wham, 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 wham. I never heard a guitar riff like that. I never heard a guitar riff where the guitarist like bent the string like that in that. It was so like innovative sounding to me, and instantly like set this tone of unease because like, you know, he's bending the string out of pitch, you know, and it gives you this sense of like just it's unsettling to kind of hear, but it's cool, and that's why I like it, is because how unsettling it is. And then, you know, Roger Waters' vocals on this record were at their fucking peak. That and Final Cut. Final Cut is kind of a compendium to this record, and it's highly, highly underrated. It's essentially a Rogers solo record, but Gilmour does a lot of guitar work on there, so I don't want to quite, you know, I don't want to take too much credit away from David Gilmour for that record. But then, I mean, you get into the Thin Ice. I mean, the whole thing has this eerie vibe to it. And then you get into, like, Another Brick in the Wall, parts 1 and 2, and then The Happiest Days of Our Lives. Obviously, as a kid growing up, hearing, we don't need no education. That vocal melody just spoke to me as a kid. I was like, hell yeah, man, I don't know what the fuck song this is. And I didn't even care about the lyrics. I was never like a song against school. I didn't care about that. I just liked the vocal melody. Like, I don't know. I was like, all in all, it was all just bricks in the wall. Like, I just think that's a cool fucking melody. And then, like, the guitar solo, he's soloing clean. He's not soloing distorted, which is, like, much harder to be impressive. Because distortion can hide a lot of your frailties as a guitar player, but Gilmour's doing a clean, like no distortion, just clean tone guitar solo, and it fits so well. Then you get into the acoustic ballad Mother, brilliant song, great lyrics, Goodbye Blue Sky. Starts out with this pretty acoustic guitar number. Then this sinister ass synthesizer comes in. And you, it's this dichotomy of beauty with these vocal harmonies that come in, and then the verses. Did you see the frightened ones, with this like very minor dissonant sounding like synthesizer, not dissonant but creepy as all fuck. And I'm just talking about the music. I'm not even talking about the visuals that went along to the scene for this song, which is amazing as well. Then you get into Empty Spaces. The keyboard sounds so sinister on this song, like, and it's like all reverberating, and the guitar is kind of like also doing a dance with the keyboard to see who can like out sinister each other. And then like the vocals, like Waters' shitty vocals were perfect for these sinister sounding songs. What shall we do to fill these empty spaces where we used to talk? It's so fucking cool, man. And then in the movie they have that whole part that where the drums kick in. It's like I forget the name of that one, but it's like where the wall like divides the church in half, and it's like going all through the valleys and shit. And then it's like this like glowing church thing, and then the walls showing like all these material possessions. And these are all animations, by the way, which were beautifully animated. But anyway, then it transitions into Young Lust, like a Gilmore powerhouse song. I'm just a good boy, stranger in this town, where all the good times. Like just really got that rock grit, and it just goes from like sinister and creepy to like just balls, like straight cock, like just a cock rock fucking for the 70s or 80s at least, like just badass. And then you get to like creepy One of My Turns and Don't Leave Me Now, where Roger's character in this movie, Pink, is not having a good go of it, and the creepiness and the sinisterness comes back in spades. And then you get another Brick in the Wall Part 3, where all of a sudden it's like, I don't need no drugs to come in. It's like more like immediate, and it's more like hyped up, and like it's just another Brick in the Wall Part 2 on crack. It's amazing. Then you get into like disc 2, where you have the song, Hey You, out there in the cold, always doing what you're told, can you touch me? And it wasn't even in the fucking movie, but you swear that it was when you hear the song. It totally fits on the record perfectly, and it fits narratively as well, but they never put that song in the fucking movie. Is there anybody out there? That's the next song, which is this beautiful kind of transition song. And then you have Nobody Home, which is like after Pink is already like just so coked out and not doing so well. Vera, what has become of you? Is there anybody else out there who feels the way I do? Just a beautiful melody, composition. Then Bring the Boys Back Home will scare the piss out of you if you're not ready for that, because it's this fucking orchestra that comes in out of nowhere, and it's like, holy shit, because Vera's like real quiet and mellow, and then Bring the Boys Back Home is this very like, you know, choir, orchestral, blasting you in the brain. Then we get into Comfortably Numb, one of my favorite songs of all time, let alone album. Comfortably Numb, one of my favorite songs of all time. One of my favorite guitar solos of all time, if not my favorite guitar solo of all time. The last guitar solo of the song, favorite guitar solo of all time. Then you got Firth of Fifth by Genesis by Mr. Steve Hackett, which would be another one of my favorite guitar solos of all time. Then you have, then you kind of get to like the trial slash Pink's character kind of becoming this demagogue with The Show Must Go On, In the Flesh, a reprise, but they're doing orchestra now instead of like actual like rock instruments. And then you get Run Like Hell. What a badass fucking song that is, with that walking bass line, dun, 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 dun. And then, you know, like just David Gilmour and Roger Waters like kind of trading off vocals. Such a cool fucking song. Then you have The Trial, which is this like wacky kind of almost what's his face from the Simpsons guy, Oingo Boingo. His name's escaping me. He sounds like something he would have composed. Yeah, it's just the whole album, man, it's perfect. perfect double album, perfect album in general. So yeah, those would be my 15. Danny Elfman, thank you. 15 favorite albums of all time. You guys hang tight. I'm going to take a quick piss. I'll be right back. We'll watch my stupid first video I ever tried to make, and then we'll call it a fucking stream. Oh my god, it's the funky shit. I'm back. I'm readying myself to listen to this shit. Alright. Wow, I got some hat hair going on out the anus. Alright, remember, I've said this many times when I talk about starting out on YouTube or whatever. I've mentioned how I copied the fuck out of James Rolfe, Angry Video Game Nerd, and you are about to see a pretty good fucking example of this. So this is the first, what we're about to watch is the first video I ever put on my channel that I intended to be episode 1 of my series that I would call the Overstimulation Station. That was the original name of this channel. And it was going to be like episodic because I thought that that was the way to go with it. And I didn't know what I was doing, which will become very evident. And as I was saying earlier, I thought, well, I love Mega Man. So Mega Man X2, it's like, well, I'll do a review on that game because I just learned how to capture footage. I was like, well, fuck it, let's give it a go. And I had a theme song that I recorded myself that, you know, because I thought, oh, I can do all this YouTube shit that these YouTubers are doing. This is easy. And it turned out to be really corny, and I dropped the theme song, and it was like, Josh Cannon! He likes to make videos and occasionally review shit. Like, it was corny. So, I don't know if I need to qualify it with anything else. So let's just watch me try, I guess. Hopefully all the volumes and levels will be good. Josh Cannon! He likes to make videos and occasionally review shit. Greetings, everybody. My name is Josh, and I like to make... Okay, guys, be honest. Have I aged at all? I mean, you know, maybe a little bit. I feel like I look like a little kid there. I feel like I look better now than I did back then. I look like a fucking doofus. Anyway. videos and occasionally review shit. Tonight marks my very first ever video game review, so if you're watching this, you are on the ground floor, man. The hipsters don't even know about this video yet, so if you're watching this, you are literally one of 10. You are very, very special. Thank you. I love you. The game I'm going to be reviewing tonight is one that I loved from my childhood. Of course, I'm talking about Mohawk and Headphone Jack. Just kidding, that game sucks ass. Just kidding, that game sucks ass. Who was I trying to be like there, I wonder? I was impressed that I threw it behind my back and it like perfectly landed on the shelf behind me. Like, I did not rehearse that. That just happened to work out. The game I'm really talking about is Mega Man X2. Capcom released Mega Man X2 in North America So this is my version of the curator voice, the James Rolfe curator voice. Whenever he'd be on camera playing it up, and then he'd actually go to like the footage and I used this microphone and it gave you like nice voiceover or whatever. That was my curator voice. 1995. It is a direct sequel to Mega Man X. And the story probably has something to do with Reploids and Mavericks not getting along, blah, blah, blah. I don't know if you're like me, but I always hit start through these intro screens. I never really cared about the story, especially at the very beginning when I just wanted to play the damn game. This game starts out like all the other Mega Man X games, with an intro stage. Instantly, I'm in the action, I'm dashing, I'm blowing things up. It feels so good. I'm sorry this isn't as cringe as you were hoping for. I did cringier videos, but I don't know. I thought I'd come out guns a-blazing, man. Oh. And since I've already played the first Mega Man game, I'm already fully aware of the dynamics and subtleties of the gameplay. Make a mental note that you can destroy this wall closer guy. This will be useful later. Facts, I'm Mohawk. The intro bosses are always super easy and can be defeated pretty quickly. After defeating the intro stage, I couldn't wait to see what kind of new crazy animatronic warriors I'll be fighting this time when all of a sudden... What? Where are the Mavericks? Who are these three bastards in silhouette? What's this all about? I was dying to know. And then, the big reveal. Oh yeah, baby, this is what I'm talking about. 8 brand spanking new Mavericks to take down, areas to explore, and power-ups to be had. Mega Man X at its finest. Now, to me, every Mega Man game has 1 or 2 bitch bots, as I like to call, or robots that are noticeably easier to defeat than the rest. And in X2, for my money, it's Wire Sponge and Bubble Crab. So I'm gonna kick Wire Sponge's ass first. I get up to Wire Sponge and start blasting away. He's obviously the Maverick that you're probably supposed to start off with when, all of a sudden, he gets all red and pissed off a little way through mid-battle. This is a new feature in Mega Man X2 that adds a little bit more excitement and unpredictability to boss battles. The boss adds a new attack or changes up attacks, breaking the cycle that usually always happens in Mega Man games, where you figure out the boss's pattern and the challenge level goes way down. And that's the balance. Some of the later Mega Man X games were just too damn hard and made me say, fuck it, I give up. However, you don't want a Mega Man game that you can blow through in under an hour either. There has to be a balance. Yeah, honestly, this isn't as bad as I remember it being. Like, I haven't watched this video in like several years, and it's really not that bad. Now, as I was saying, with boss battles, even with the new mid-fight change-up, if you have the weapon that is the boss's weakness, you can still get them in a pattern, which I kind of consider cheesy and unchallenging, so I try to avoid doing that. Now, with that being said, some Mavericks can be quite tedious to defeat if you do not have the weapon that is their weakness, like Crystal Snail, for example. Oh, dude, the Super Nintendo would slow down so bad on Crystal Snail's, like, the boss battle. Every time it would slow down. It, like, couldn't handle whatever that warbling effect is that he did on the screen. Yeah, this was such a pain in the ass boss battle. That's just as an aside. Come on, why so slow? What a pain in the ass. The only real challenge of this boss is having to deal with Nintendo's patented slow everything the fuck down mechanism when there's a lot of crazy shit going down on screen. Okay, I just mentioned that. Overall though, the Mavericks in this game are very well designed and diverse. You got your Magma Centipedes. You got your Overdrive Ostriches. You got the Wheel Gators and his pool of blood. Or oil. I'm not sure. Okay, so when I just said in his pool of blood, first of all, I wouldn't have said it in that stupid voice, and secondly, I would have like done a quick zoom in on the actual pool of oil or blood or whatever that's supposed to be. That's what I would have done nowadays if I was editing this from an editing perspective. Wasn't this supposed to be a kid's game? God, I love the 90s. This was also before Capcom started running out of ideas for robotic animals to use in their games. You know, like Duff McWhalen and Metal Shark Player. I mean, what the hell's that all about? Kind of like Beamer Kuwanger and Wire Sponge. Like, what the fuck are those, man? What the fuck is a Kuwanger? Yeah, okay, fine, you have a point. So what? After defeating a few Mavericks, those silhouette fuckers from the beginning make an appearance again, and they proclaim that they must intervene, and then they taunt you by saying, "We have Zero's parts, and you can come get them if you can defeat us, bitch!" Bitch! I'm paraphrasing. Oh yeah, I was really into Breaking Bad at that time, like I just discovered it, so I was like obsessed with Jesse Pinkman and his bitch! Phrasing, of course. Now, these X-Hunters, as they like to be called, disperse themselves randomly throughout the rest of the remaining Maverick levels in the game. And you gotta find them fuckers. They don't just show you where they are. And sometimes finding them can be tricky. Like this part in Flame Stag stage. Yeah. Oh, true. Look up there! Some more of those breakable rocks. Oh shit! There's another one of them beetle things. Smash this wall, you beetle bitch! What's this? I thought that was supposed to be funny, but it's not. No way. I'm already at the boss? Wrong. It's one of those X-Hunter silhouette fuckers. And this one's name is Serges, whatever. Well, most of these X-Hunters have a pretty predictable pattern. But with this guy, yet again, you get that classic Nintendo slowdown. Big time. Yeah. That's one of the main things that makes this guy so frustrating to battle. But if you're a Mega Man X vet, you should still be able to take him down pretty easily. Once defeated, do you leave the level? Nope. Still gotta soldier on and fight the main boss. The Japanese are a very diligent people, and their games are no exception. After defeating Agile and Violin, whatever, you collect all of Zero's parts. I thought that was so clever that I keyframed a violin over Violin, the actual like Maverick or whatever. I was like, bro, I'm on some next level shit for my first video. I keyframed that thing exactly to the movements of that character on screen. Like there's no way that I can fail on YouTube when I put this video out. Now, think of these battles like going to college. You do a bunch of hard work now that will make life easier later on. In the Sigma stages. You know, just like college. Now, on to the armor upgrades. Mega Man X would not be complete without bitchin' armor upgrades to enhance your moves. The first upgrade I figured out as a kid was in the Overdrive Ostrich level, when you go to nearly the end of the level and dash jump into the little cove with the purplish bricks and access the midair. Dude, this video came out like fucking like 8 or 9 years ago. That's crazy. Dash maneuver. A very useful move indeed. Now, the second upgrade I found was in the Wheel Gator stage. On a whim. God, wasn't it so gratifying to explore some tiny... Oh yeah, Jordy, it was definitely script. I'm literally reading off of a piece of paper that I typed out. And even though I read from a teleprompter now, I'm so much more natural reading from a teleprompter and emoting than I was back then. I mean, I hadn't done it before, so like, I've got the script in front of me. I'm on this microphone with a pop filter, and I'm trying my best to like emote, and it does, yeah, it comes off. But it was my first video, so. A little out of the way area and find one of these. To this day, finding an armor upgrade capsule is still one of the most satisfying things in any game I've played. Next, in Morph Moth stage, Morph Moth, I swear, do they go out of their way to make these names hard for people to say? Or am I just dumb? Well, I'm going with the latter. Well, anyway, you can find the chest upgrade, which I'm still stoked about finding a capsule, but this, as with most chest upgrades in the Mega Man games, is pretty much useless. It gives you some kind of Nova Blast attack, which does very little damage to most anything, but whatever. It can be used as a one-hit death maneuver for some of the mini-bosses, I suppose. Finally, in Crystal Snail stage, you get the head armor upgrade, which is a very useful radar ability that seeks out spots in the game where rare items are located. This upgrade is pretty essential if you're new to this game and are having trouble locating all the E-tanks and life extenders. I'm convinced that I would have never found everything in this game as a kid if not for this helmet upgrade. Now, just like the original Mega Man X, there are hidden life extenders everywhere. And as I said earlier, I'm sure as a kid the helmet upgrade helped me find some of these, but I wasn't obsessive compulsive when it came to games that I loved. I know for a fact I found most of these bonus items just painstakingly. Oh, fun fact, I actually recorded my own gameplay footage. Mike Matei did not record this footage, and I did not get this from one of his streams. Searching for rare spots and crevices. Crevices. Mega Man X taught me that sometimes a secret can be found right off the bat with this life extender. Other times, you have to use powers and power-ups you've already acquired in the game to go back and get other life extenders. For my money, this was one of those life extenders that you had to have the helmet upgrade to find. How are you supposed to know to use Crystal Snail's power to freeze a poor little robot guy and jump on top of him and climb to the top? I liked it when they did this, though. The life extender in Crystal Snail's level was a bitch to get until my dumbass finally figured out that by tapping the B button, the robot could actually hover much longer in the air than just holding it down once. And then you had the obligatory freebies, like in any Mega Man game. The life extender in Flame Stag stage is a good example. Oh man, what a challenge. The level design of Mega Man X2 continued to be amazing and improved on the designs of the first game. I loved how you could affect the weather in Wire Sponge's level by blasting certain weapons at those orbs. I totally dug that beetle in Flame Stag stage that you could jump onto and it lifted you up to an E-tank. It was always super fun and challenging trying to avoid all the yellow spotlights in Magma Centipede's level. Or Overdrive Ostrich's stage, how I could never quite get that damn speed bike inside the building to get the life extender. I couldn't, man. I don't know if anybody's familiar with Mega Man X2 and the Overdrive Ostrich stage where you get the speed bike into the actual building. I could never do that. Like, I don't know how the fuck. That seemed like the hardest shit in the world. I always loved following that robotic fish back to his final docking area in Bubble Crab stage, and how he just kind of creepily sat there, defenseless, as I exacted my revenge on his punk ass. And as you might have guessed, after defeating all the Mavericks, you get to fight Sigma. But not before fighting some of his crony bitches first. Now, you're at the first Sigma stage. These levels tend to utilize your newly learned abilities and skills to their fullest extent. So, you fight your way through until you get to these bastards. Remember these guys? Well, let's just say you'll make life a lot easier on yourself by destroying them before they make their ascent to the top to close the walls in on you. It's best to use Overdrive Ostrich's power-up to blast upwards and take out those wall-closing bastards. You fight Violin again, but this time he's got moving platforms. He definitely got the short end of the stick when it came to the Maverick Hunter upgrades for the Sigma stages. I actually think the platforms make him easier than before because you have more places to hide from his spiky ball attack. Then you go on to battle Sergei's, but now he's in some goofy tank-looking thing that shoots out glowing footballs at you. Then when you blow up the front part, he changes up his attack and you have less platforms to move around on. I was just dicking around with him at this point, but he's pretty easy to defeat. Before I move on to Agile, let's talk just for a second about the Shoryuken! In the third Sigma stage, after you've collected all E-tanks and life extenders, you blast a bat at this certain spot with Crystal Snail's weapon. You can climb on top of that ladder on the ceiling. You get by more bats. Do this dashy dash thing. But before going down that hole, make sure your life meter is at 100%. Now just slide down the left-hand side, baby, and BAM! Another motherfucking capsule in a Sigma stage! How cool is that? You still have more shit to find, even after defeating all Mavericks. Nice move, Capcom. Now to execute this attack, you literally do it the same way you would do in Street Fighter, which is where this attack comes from, by the way. Duh. And it's mainly meant to be just like a little Easter egg in the game. It's not really very practical for the simple fact that as soon as you take any damage whatsoever, you can no longer perform the attack. Lame. Oh, but boy is it fun shurikening things. Like that fish. Oh, bye-bye upgraded agile bitch. Flame stag. Shuriken centipede. Oh, lassie. We've seen this stage before. That can only mean one thing. Sigma can't be far. Now see, this was that college shit I was telling you about earlier. You see that black zero, that African-American zero? You would have had to have fought that. My first slightly edgy joke. Motherfucker, had you not had the due diligence to beat them punk-ass X-Hunters earlier on. And see, blazam! The red zero, the Native American zero, he done came in and destroyed his bitch ass. So now all you gotta do is fight Sigma. And no worries, my fellow gamer.
Edge.
This is Nintendo Sigma, not Sony PlayStation Sigma, so he'll be a lot easier than the Sigmas of the later series. Unless you want it hard. If you like it hard, then you better just move on from this battle. Yeah, Mono Grinded. I made a whole video about that shitty X3 Genesis game. And it did pretty well, too. That game was fucking jacked up. His first form is Wolverine. He jumps all around, disappearing, reappearing, shooting pink electric cotton balls at you. Whatever. Pretty easy. Sigma's second form utilizes that fancy new CX4 chip that Capcom included in all the Mega Man X2 cartridges that allowed them to render those 3D wireframes. Sigma is now in virus form and very, very, very easy. He even gives you robots you can blow up for extra life. Pretty simple for a last boss. After defeating Sigma, he says, "Each defeat only makes me stronger." Oh, buddy, if only we had known how true that statement was going to be in the future. Capcom milked the Mega Man X series for all it was worth in the coming years. After the series moved to PlayStation, it lost a lot of heart and mystique in my opinion. Maybe it was because I had grown up by then, but the first 3 Mega Man X games for Super Nintendo epitomized platform gaming excellence for me personally. We've come a long way with video games since those days, and it's probably foolish for me to hold out hope for a Super Nintendo-style Mega Man X game to ever be made again. But who knows? Maybe in a few more years, Mega Man X will become so vintage and hip that Capcom will make a new, old Mega Man X game, just like they did the classic Mega Man games like Mega Man 9 and Mega Man 10. Until then, I can only dream. Alright, that was the video. Hope you found it informative and entertaining. I hope you laughed. I hope you cried. I hope you questioned the whole meaning of it all. If you want to subscribe to my channel, you should be able to do it by clicking one of these buttons here. I don't know how to work video editing technology that well right now, so I may not even have a fancy button, but when I can get one, I'm going to. I'll have like lightning coming out of it and like fire and all kinds of like really nice looking graphics, but right now I'm a very simple man, but by the time this video's uploaded, I'll probably have all that shit because I have a lot of free time on my hands, hence why I'm reviewing Super Nintendo video games. Alright guys, my name is Josh, I hope you had fun, I love you. Yep, and that's one of my songs I will definitely get struck for because I can't play my own music on my fucking channel. Yeah, just basically roll, I don't know why I do credits because it's like I did everything. But I like, I'm providing links to, yeah, okay. I'm promoting my band. Yeah, we still have that same Twitter handle. The Instagram handle's different. And the Facebook URL's different, I think. Yeah, I even have my own name, so people, I'm like asking people to like add my personal Facebook profile. Like, no, that's not a good idea to do. Thank you so much for watching. This really does mean a lot. Okay, you know, little sentimental boy there. Yeah, that was the first video that I made trying to be Mr. Famous YouTuber. No, I cannot play my own music because the distribution service that we use, TuneCore, they automatically will flag my music if anyone tries to use it, and they'll say, hey, this music's, copyrighted or whatever. And even if I use it, they don't know the difference if it's me or somebody else or whatever. I've tried to appeal, and TuneCore is basically like, dude, stop doing that. We're copyright. You're getting your own ad revenue, but TuneCore pays you so little that you're better off having the YouTube ad revenue pays much more than TuneCore does. So I'm better off not using my own songs. In fact, I don't know, because I had that EPK that I would put at the beginning of my live stream videos. I don't know how I didn't get flagged for that, because I used a good amount of my music in those. I don't know how that got through, but they didn't. But yeah, for a first video that's really well edited, good sound quality and writing, pretty ambitious, pretty impressive actually. Yeah, I don't know why I thought it was like gonna be so bad. It really wasn't though. I guess we're all our own worst critics, and yeah, that's definitely the case here. I would go on to, oh yeah, there was one, this X-Men one that I did that was pretty bad. Let's see if I can download it real quick. I was really in James Rolfe mode at that point. I was like, let me just fucking... the Cinemassacre Truth actually took a screenshot from that particular X-Men video that I did, and they posted it up. Again, like, trying to embarrass me, like, yeah, I'm aware that that video exists, dude. I put a lot of time into making these videos. It's not like I forgot. Like, oh, damn, they found that one. I forgot that I made that one. Yeah, fuck it. You know, we got enough people on stream still to make this worth doing. And I ain't got shit to do tonight, so fuck it. We'll watch another one. This was like my 5th video. I would like vacillate in between doing like music reviews, doing video game reviews, doing whatever the fuck, doing skits. You know, I was just trying to see what are people going to want to watch. And I wouldn't stick to like one thing, and that was like my biggest fucking problem. Yeah, whatever. In fact, when I did my the Glover live stream, I magically appeared back on the Cinemassacre Truth, and they were like talking a bunch of shit as they do, and it's like I'm not even like bothered by it, because it's like, yeah, you know, James has been very, very boring this year, so as soon as they have a little crumb of anything that they can like dogpile on, they're going to. It's just what they do there. Like, I'm serious when I say it's kind of scary, some of the people who seemingly like dedicate their lives to like Cinemassacre Truth shit, like making fun of James Rolfe and whatever. It's just like weird, man. It's like fucking weird how into it some people get. Yeah, they're Redditors, Josh. They're usually miserable. I've heard all this shit about Reddit. I don't know. I've not been on that app or whatever enough to know what it's all about. Like, are they like that on all subreddits? Are they just a bunch of cunts no matter what subreddit you're on? It seems like there's more wholesome ones out there, I would think. But I mean, I could be wrong. No, I don't want to hear that theme song again. All right, so we're going to delete that media source. We're going to add another one. We're going to add another one. I don't know why I did that. I'm regretting it instantly. Some people, my last stream were saying, hey, that RGT background gives me a headache or makes me dizzy or something. Is that true for anybody in the chat right now? Does my RGT, what that is I had a macro lens for one of my iPhones. It was like a third-party thing that I could attach to the camera to make it like a macro. And I literally just took a picture of my HD TV. So that's like a picture that I took. It's a macro shot of an HD TV, and that's been my background for, I mean, anytime I'm using a video that's 4:3 aspect ratio, I always use those RGT designs on the left and right side, and I use it, you know, more loudly on these live streams, and people were saying it was like making them feel like a headache or some shit. I don't know. Jordy says it's not my favorite, but I can easily ignore it. I don't know. I mean, maybe I'll figure I've been using this RGT thing for years and years now, so it's kind of like part of my lore, man. Part of my lore. I stare at that RGT image when I get stoned. Much is revealed. Okay, so what we're looking at now, I cover like 3 different X-Men video games. And there's like a cold open where I'm dressed like Wolverine because, like, again, I'm deep into AVGN coppery. That means me copying him. It's not a real word, but I just made it up. I'm copying. I'm doing my best to copy James in my own way or whatever. And it cold opens with me in this very homosexual looking outfit. There's a little bit edge for you there, Chicago. Yeah, oh dear, right? I know, it's stupid. And I'm aware it exists, and I know it's cringe, but yeah, it's an old video, and it's staying up because it's part of my history, I guess you want to call it that. So yeah, let's see what this is all about. I really loved X-Men. Hold on. I got to make sure I can hear it too. Don't want to miss out on any of this. All right, here we go. I don't know. I like the RGT design as well. I think it's, you know, it's like we're talking about technology. It's a close-up shot of a TV. I really loved X-Men growing up. I love the toys, I love the cartoon show, and you know which one I'm talking about. The good one. The one based off the... This is pretty fucking cringy. Comic books in the 90s. And I also loved the games. But growing up as a kid in the 90s, I had no money, no car, and no internet. So in my universe, there were very few X-Men games in existence. Tonight, I will be talking about those very games. This is the Overstimulation Station, bub. Game reviews and self-defacing entertainment interlacing. Just sit back and start to space out overstimulation. Band reviews are playing skits where I'm a chick with playing attention, grabbing product placement with the point I'm trying to make. It's the Overstimulation Station. Oh my god, there's so much gold to be mined here. Oh, so much bad stuff going on in this intro. First of all, that intro. Second of all, this is live footage when Dancing with Ghosts was literally just me. Primarily, that was my friend Tom, who was like my life coach. Look at that scrim, bro. Not only did I hand make that scrim out of PVC pipe, but I spray painted my hideous. Look how hideous that is. And these chicks up front that you see there, they dug it. They're like, hey, have you ever been to Pensacola? We'd love to see you there. Man, there's just a lot going on here. And then, like, when I go back, like, oh, that was the video where I did a makeup tutorial, and then I ended up dressed up like a chick, and like, anyway, there's a whole thing behind that. I did a Let's Play with my brother there. We did yeah, see, that's another thing I tried was a Let's Play. And then there's a theme song itself that I wrote. Obviously, it's not like it's quality. I'm already, like, shouting back to my first review, which I only made like a month ago at this point, because this was like episode 5. Like, I was already like very much like getting high off of my own farts here. Reviews and self-defacing entertainment interlacing. Just sit back and start to space out overstimulation. Band reviews are playing skits where I'm a chick with playing attention, grabbing product placement with the point I'm trying to make. It's the Overstimulation Station. Overstimulation Station. Overstimulation. I don't know, I guess it was episode 8. I don't know, I can't keep track of these old fucking videos. Station. Overstimulation Station. The first game that I'll be discussing is X-Men 2 Clone Wars for the Sega Genesis. Now, I had never heard of this game as a kid, but somebody recommended it to me, so I figured, hey, why not? Since I never had a Genesis as a kid, and I'm too poor to buy one now. I used the phrase "as a kid" so much in my fucking writing back then. It really, like, bugs me, because this was before the teleprompter, way before the teleprompter, and I had to memorize my fucking script of what I'd say. And I just, as a kid, I didn't have this as a kid. And as a kid, I really like this. As a kid, it's like, Get a fucking thesaurus, bro.
Now, I'll be playing this on a Retron 5, a console that can play like 17 different platforms. Jaws of life on this fucking thing.
Yeah, those Retron 5s really do fucking have a grip.
Gotta hold the power button down for like 1,000 seconds. Hey, there it goes.
As soon as the game begins, you just drop into the world out of nowhere, like Arnold Schwarzenegger at the beginning of Terminator. No. Okay, like Arnold Schwarzenegger at the beginning of Terminator. I literally said that because I felt like James Rolfe was always doing movie references and shit, so I was like, well, let me do that too. No character selection, no title screen, and on top of that, something is instantly firing at you. Well, this is real fair. I haven't even had shit talking while putting the game in. Yep, very AVGN. Time to figure out the controls yet. Speaking of the controls, they seem pretty damn stiff. I hate stiff controls in a game, and that's usually all it takes for me to abandon a game completely. But then the controls in this game actually aren't stiff. I was playing it on a Retron 5, and the firmware wasn't upgraded or updated at the time, and that's why the controls were so stiff and laggy. I didn't know that. The controls are actually not stiff on this game. I'm just an idiot at the time, and still.
I remembered one time I was playing Donkey Kong Country on the Retron 5, and the controls were stiff on that too. And I knew that was bullshit because the controls on Donkey Kong Country are smoother than a Metamucil shit slide.
So smoother than a Metamucil shit slide. That's not copying James at all. So, in all actuality, it's probably my Retron making this game seem jerky. Well, that's a nice handicap I'm going to have to deal with for the entire game. Wolverine seems to be the best character out of the bunch. What a surprise. Wolverine is always a fan favorite out of all the X-Men characters. I personally always preferred more for Gambit, but they don't get no love. I'm upsetting Chicago in
Only
the chat
after
again.
you get past the first area do you see the opening title screen. Sega always trying to be different.
It's been said before that Sega games were marketed towards an older crowd, and as far as difficulty goes, I would say that's true for this game. This bitch is pretty challenging, I gotta admit. Especially the fact that they give you no continues and there are no— Starving Artist, I haven't seen you in quite a long time. Ways to achieve an extra life. Once you run out of your 8 lives,
Nice
it's
costume.
game over, and you
Thanks.
gotta start all over again. That's where the Retron's convenient save states become a lifesaver. I know it might be considered cheating, but I'm just trying to review this thing. I'm not looking for bragging rights. Like anyone would give a shit in the first place. Now, even though I said this game is difficult, it doesn't feel unfair.
Sorry
You
to
get
hear
a
that,
chance
man.
to obtain extra health quite often in the various stages. I don't know about the other characters, but Wolverine's health will regenerate up to a certain point after enough time has passed, which is pretty helpful when you're in a pinch. Hey, look, you get to fight Zordon from Power Rangers. I like how the storyline in this game involves the Phalanx as the main protagonist instead of the typical Magneto and Apocalypse characters. Now don't get me wrong, I love Magneto and Apocalypse, I just feel like they are overused as far as being main bosses. The Phalanx is a cybernetic species trying to take over the Earth and control all humans and mutants. The only mutants not affected are the ones you get to play as. Speaking of which, you actually get to play as Magneto at some point. But I wouldn't. You fight through various stages that all look completely unique from each other. In Avalon, this outer space type level, you have to dodge all the gun blasty blast bastards and jump past like 20 green cannons while avoiding landmines. You eventually fight Exodus, who is fairly easy once you
they're
figure
both
out his
good
patterns. You then fight through the Savage Lands, which is filled with all the prehistoric jungly goodness that you could ever want. Or need. The boss is tough. I'll let you guys in on a little secret here, like anyone gives a flying shit. This was the only clip that I didn't record because for some reason my shit fucked up, so I sourced this clip off of YouTube. Shh, don't tell anyone. I could get canceled. Tusk, which I always thought was a pretty badass character. You know, I appreciate that these areas and enemies, for the most part, actually exist in the X-Men universe and comic books. The bosses in this game are pretty
Don't you
easy
tell.
once you figure out their pattern. It's just the levels themselves that are a pain in the tuchus. Ah, look at this sumbitch. Okay, get prepared for some more cringe. So the song Trap Queen by Fetty Wap was popular at the time. And so I did a parody in this video. And it's very, very cringy. And it's coming up very soon where I do a parody of Trap Queen. It's called Brood Queen because that's a queen brood or whatever. or Brood Queen or whatever. It's bad. It's really bad. I even clipped it and made it its own video thinking it would blow up at the time, so just brace yourselves.
I swear I knew a girl who kind of looked like this back in the day. Now that was mean. The final boss is the Phalanx, masquerading as all your X-Men buddies, and you have to defeat all of them to beat the game.
Pretty decent game, a little different.
Was this not the video where I did the Brood Queen parody? I swear I thought it was. Oh, I do it later in another. Brood Queen's in another X-Men game coming up. Hold on, guys. I gotta piss again. I'll be right back. I'm sorry. Oh, shit. Oh, motherfucker. Alright, I'm back. Sorry. Let me see where we're at here. Made me restat. Okay. Alright, found it. Figured it out.
Phalanx, masquerading as all your X-Men buddies, and you have to defeat all of them to beat the game.
Pretty decent game, a little difficult for my liking, but then again, if I had played it on an actual Sega Genesis with fluid controls, I probably would have liked it more. They could have given you at least a few continues or a way to earn extra lives, but other than that, it's a good game. I highly recommend it. Moving on to the Super Nintendo, one game I do actually remember from my past, X-Men Mutant Apocalypse,
I love this
developed
game.
by Capcom. Let that last phrase sink in. Developed by Capcom. I mean, have they ever made a bad game? Just take a look at this cartridge for a second though, man. This thing looks like shit. I hate it when they do this. Stores will just slap a bunch of stickers on it. This game cartridge looks like it has AIDS.
This time, instead of stopping Phalanx from taking over the world,
Dude, this was such a solid fucking game. This game was so good.
you're back to stopping Magneto. But before that, Professor Xavier sends you to Genosha to get some kind of special salami for the sandwich he intends to make for his pet dog, Thinky. Just kidding. He's sending you there to liberate some mutants that are being held captive by some enemies you've already seen, such as the Brood Queen.
She my Brood Queen, she just stabbed me with her leg. Pop her in the mouth and she does that shit again. Man, I swear I love her, but her kiss drive me insane. Living in a cave, I guess I can't really complain. Then I run from my baby, dodging shots from my baby, Then I duck from my baby. She's still looking fly with that grill though, baby,
And
Oh, God. Oh, that was so bad. Oh, that makes me cringe. I'm cringing really hard right now, which is the opposite of coming. Oh, God, that was bad. I actually composed, I didn't download the instrumental. I composed that on my FL Studio. Like, that's how easy rap songs are to duplicate. Like, I duplicated that whole beat myself. But, God, the cringe, it hurts.
and Tusk. Oddly enough, there are a lot of similar boss fights between Clone Wars and Mutant Apocalypse. In both games, you go to Avalon and fight Exodus. At some point, you fight Apocalypse, and you even fight Magneto as a final.
You know what's weird about this game is Apocalypse was like the fourth boss, and Magneto was the final boss. Now, in X-Men lore, isn't Apocalypse like the most powerful mutant, like, period? Doesn't he have like every power that exists? Like, he can do everything. He can like grow like Ant-Man. He can turn his body into, he's a shapeshift. He can like, he was like the Superman of X-Men, or of X-Men villains. He could do everything. There was no way to kill him. He was like he would never die from old age or anything like that. Like, I don't understand why Magneto was like the final boss, but I digress.
Final boss. But I mean, come on. The boss fights look way more badass in the Super Nintendo game. You even go on to fight Omega Red and Juggernaut, which are two of my favorite villains in the X-Men universe.
They are.
To say that there has been a graphical improvement over the Sega Genesis would be a pretty big understatement. This game looks great. The character sprites are nice and large, the backgrounds are lush and colorful, and just that overall attention to detail that Capcom is famous for. This game definitely has replay value in my book. Oh, and the controls? Smoother than a baby's ass. You still get to choose which character you'd like to play as, but this time the levels are tailored to that specific character, which I feel gives more of a sense of variety. And let me just take a second here. Why is Psylocke in both of these games? I mean, was she ever in the X-Men cartoon series? I know she's a pretty big character in the comic books, but like, why not have Rogue or Storm or Jean Grey in these games? You know, a female character who was actually a part of the X-Men team? I don't know, that's just me.
So we've played a Genesis X-Men game that's good. We've played a Super Nintendo game that's great, which, again, being made by Capcom, how could it have sucked? Now let's move on to a gaming company that's infamous for sucking. Of course, I'm talking about LJN, and the game is Spider-Man and X-Men in Arcade's Revenge. Rolls right off the tongue, doesn't it?
When first playing this game as a kid, I thought,
Okay, so first of all, I'm saying LJN sucks, which is like kind of the nerds thing. You remember back in the day they had the LJN Defender, who was like he was like one of the many YouTubers who spawned like his own little cottage industry off the nerd, and he was like this bald dude who looked like he had like he was going through chemo or something, and he would like defend all these LGN games that James was taking the piss out of. Anyway, I digress. But no, this game does suck. It's hard as fuck. I played it as a kid. There's that phrase again. As a kid, I played it a lot, and it was so fucking difficult. Like, and you got so little continues. Like, this game. Fuck this game.
what the hell is this? This is the weirdest concept for an X-Men or Spider-Man game. But upon further research, to my surprise, this game is based on the comic books. The Uncanny X-Men issues 123 to 125 to be exact. That's so random though. Apparently, the villain is named Arcade and he's captured the X-Men. Upon Spider-Man witnessing this, he sets out to defeat Arcade and free the X-Men. Meanwhile, you have to fight through Arcade's various levels known as the Murder World with Wolverine, Gambit, Cyclops, and Storm. Hey, at least you don't have Psylocke in this game. Of course, none of this is explained in the game very well, and unless you're an avid reader of the original comic books, this just seems like some half-baked attempt at a generic action-adventure game and just tossing in Marvel characters to make money off the name. You start off as Spider-Man and you have to collect a bunch of HAL 9000s from 2001: A Space Odyssey.
That was clever.
No, just kidding. I don't know what these blue and red things are. I guess they're supposed to be bombs and whatever. The sound effects are annoying and weird. Why does it sound like you're at some European rave whenever Spider-Man jumps on the walls?
Now that was a pretty clever editing effect there to illustrate how stupid those sound effects were. Good job, me. Fart some more so I can inhale them.
Why does his soft web sound like a baseball bat hitting a tin roof whenever you shoot it at anything? Anyway, after getting past the first stage of Spider-Man, you can finally select the other various stages as the X-Men. I don't really know why.
In all fairness, though, 42 people watching this at the same time is the most views this video has ever gotten, so excuse me if I'm indulging myself a little too much in my past hard work that no one gave a shit about.
They put Wolverine and Cyclops in their 1980s costumes though, but whatever. This game is hard as fuck. Let's go with the fan favorite Wolverine, for example. Unlike the previous two X-Men games, Wolverine's claw attacks have no range. It's like this dinky little punch, and you have to hit the A button to activate his claws at that. Why wouldn't I want his damn claws activated all the time? When you hit the enemies in this game, they act totally unfazed by your attacks. They don't jump back, they don't get stunned, they just keep going about their walking cycles until you kill them. Why are the characters so damn small? I feel so weak and insignificant in this game, and you take so much damage whenever you get hit. There's a whole lot of where the fuck do I go in this Cyclops level, and all the lessons you learn are learned the hard way, by dying and having to do the whole thing all over again. It's tedious and just not fun. I could go on, but just take it as it's not fun. It's not a good game. And that's why you can easily find copies of this game at the flea market or on eBay for like $5.
So there you have it. The good, the bad, and the shit stain. I now know that there are many other retro X-Men games out there in the gaming universe, but these were the ones that I remembered when I was a young warthog. I hope you enjoyed watching this video, and just remember, if you see me outside your window dressed like this, just know I'm only fighting crime.
Well, that was bad. Yep, that was bad. I think I got too much confidence from the Mega Man game, and I was like, all right, I'm not so bad at this, so why don't I lean into it a little more and try to be a little bit funnier? And it was like, no, you shouldn't have done that, and it got worse, because I got nothing better to do right now, and while people are here, I will show you the video where I tried to impersonate Pat the NES Punk and the AVGN, like literally, I purposely tried. It was a Mario. I was saying why Mario was overrated, and yeah, Mario is the most overrated franchise of all time, and I you'll see, it's more cringe for you to enjoy.
What's up, and welcome to episode number 6.
I gotta do this little fucking thing here with my balls. Man, go here, some fucking shit. Leaning into the gimmicks. Yep, that's what I was doing. Yes, that was a Lion King reference. I thought I was being cute, I guess. That whole game just, I mean, it is LJN, and like, yeah, they are pretty infamous for making like bad games, but yeah, that game in particular was like pretty fucking bad. I don't know what I shit on. I haven't seen this video in years and years and years. I just know that I was leaning more into skits at this point, because I was watching more YouTube at this point. This was like probably 2014, 2015. No, I started in 2015, so this is probably like 2016 maybe. I don't know. It was right before the Switch came out, when they were still calling it the Nintendo NX, and I refer to it in this video as the Nintendo NX. And I was really trying my hand at like, well, why don't I try skits? Let's see how that does. Let's see if if people enjoy that. And spoilers, they didn't.
What's up, and welcome to episode number 16 of the Overstimulation Station. And I'm happy to announce that we're doing another game review! What? How come every time Angry Video Game Nerd or Pro Jared or JonTron does a game review, it's beloved by all, but I can't get 10 fucking people to look at my—
What is up with my energy? Like, why am I trying to like rip off like these other overly excited YouTubers? Like, maybe if I act like really crazy like this, guys, you'll pay attention to me more. Like, it's so that, God, idiot.
My game reviews. Hey man, I was walking by your window and I heard your plight, brother. What you need is a gimmick to get more views, like a talking robot, or get really angry at old video games or something. How'd you find my house? I live in the middle of the woods. All those other YouTubers have funny little things they do to get the audience engaged, man. Like, what do you do? Like, what sets you apart from all the other guys? Alright, I guess you're not gonna answer.
Yeah, it's bad. I know it's bad, guys.
Answer my question as to why you're hanging out in the back of my house. Who are you anyway?
Oh, me? I'm a 20-something-year-old white guy who has a retro video game channel. I have like 20,000 subs. It's awesome.
What the fuck? Does literally everybody have a more successful YouTube channel than me? You people want gimmicks? Fine, I'll give you some gimmicks. What's up, everybody? I'm Josh the NES Delinquent, and today we're gonna review something mega. Now, why don't you shut the fuck up, Rob? Oh, that noise is so annoying. God. No, this gimmick isn't gonna work. Sorry. Next! This yellow sack of syphilis is called Mohawk and Headphone Jack. This putrid pile of possum puke is enough to make me want to diarrhea sand spurs out of my dick hole. Wait a second. Why am I getting so angry about a crappy old game that's like 25 years old? Just doesn't really make sense for me personally. I mean, maybe for somebody else it would make sense, but I just don't see getting angry about a shitty old game.
I hope you guys enjoyed that. I hope you... Did you get to hire strippers? Yeah, no, I didn't... No, I'm not fucking restarted like Pat is, so I wouldn't have done that. I said restarted, by the way, like restarting a game.
Why don't I just do a game that no one's ever done before? What now?
Dude, every video game in existence has already been reviewed on YouTube. PewDiePie has done a walkthrough and playthrough of every new Nintendo game on the Nintendo NX.
That system hasn't even come out yet.
It's the way she goes, man. It's the way she goes.
That's my parents' house, by the way. I'm literally living with my parents when in the early days. So, yes, I was living with my parents.
I'm gonna sleep on your couch for a week if that's okay.
Well, this is just great. Oh, and thanks for letting yourself into my house, by the way. I'll be calling the cops as soon as this video's over. And really nice Trailer Park Boys reference there. Real original. So, if cheap gimmicks won't get me views, and every video game that has ever existed has already been reviewed, why don't I just make videos for my own enjoyment that I like watching? Alright, well, I guess that's what I'm gonna have to do. In that case, there's been something I've been wanting to get off my chest for a while. A video game character, hell, a video game franchise I feel is so...
My dad's literally in the bathroom right now, which is right next to my room, and he's like blaring some like jazz music as he's taking a shit or taking a shower. He's dead now, by the way.
Horribly overrated that I'm gonna do a whole episode about it. And that character would be...
It's me, Mario!
Cue the intro!
Yeah, I don't know why I've aged apparently like really well. I can't explain it. I treat my body like crap, so I don't know how that happened. It must be my Italian genetics.
Game reviews and self-defacing entertainment interlacing. Just sit back and start to space out over stimulation. Band reviews or playing skits where I'm a chick worthing attention grabbing product placement with the point I'm trying to make is the overstimulation station. Overstimulation station. Overstim.
Yeah, thanks for the condolences about my dad, but you know, none of you guys killed him, so like I'm not personally like angry at any of y'all.
Stimulation station. Overstimulation station.
From his corny Italian stereotypes to the basic run, jump game mechanic to the complete oversaturation of merchandising of all things Mario, I gotta say, I don't really see what much of the fuss is about. Just like a pop song on the radio gets old after a few listens, Mario is just one of those games that I never revisit in my game library. Here's my case on why I think Mario is criminally overrated as a character. There's no subtlety to a Mario game. What you see is what you get. Do you like running? Do you like jumping? Is that all you need to have stimulating gameplay? Then you're in luck because that's essentially all the Mario games are about. In each level, you start off on the left-hand side of the screen, and you run and jump until you get to the right-hand side of the screen. And there are water levels occasionally that mix up the gameplay slightly, and you can get power-ups here and there that you will most likely lose by the end of the level, but besides that, you're Jumpman, 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 Jumpman.
You never evolve as a character. Mario is the same at the beginning of the game that he is at the end of the game. Unlike Mario,
You guys, I still feel this way about Mario.
other first-party Nintendo titles such as Metroid and Zelda force the characters to grow and gain experience. By the end of these games, you are a million miles away from that puny little sapling that you were at the beginning. Not Mario, though. All you gain at the end of a Mario game is a little bit of strategy on when maybe not to jump or not to run. It might sound like I'm oversimplifying the game, but if you really think about it, that's all you're essentially doing. Your attack is lame. You jump on enemies to kill them. That's your attack. Link has a sword, Samus has a gun, Ness has a baseball bat even, but Mario essentially does what most kids used to think I would do if I got mad at them. What are you gonna do, sit on me? And I used to be fat, by the way. How do these enemies die? Is he supposed to be squashing them? Does he have some kind of spiky boots we don't know about? The whole one-hit death thing is super frustrating to me. In Mario, it's a one-hit death. Unless you eat a mushroom, then you get bigger and you can take 2 hits before you croak. And no, I'm not going to touch that whole eating mushrooms to get more powerful joke with a 10-foot pole, because I feel like it's been done ad nauseum.
I know Jordy in real life, and I can say she is not trans.
Here's a 10-foot pole I won't be touching the joke with. But 2 hits? It's so frustrating trying to navigate through a level and accidentally glazing the edge of an enemy and boom, you're dead. Mario was just never a character that I thought was very cool. He's very cute and slightly irritating. It's almost like that bizarre bronies thing where full-grown men are into the My Little Pony cartoons. Yes, it's a real thing, look it up. I mean, I want to feel at least somewhat cool when I play as a video game character. There's nothing about Mario that is cool. Whenever I play Super Smash Bros. And look at all the other characters to choose from, Mario is the last person I want to choose to battle with. I mean, even Pikachu can shoot out damn lightning bolts. The spin-off Mario games never appealed to me either, and there was a lot of them. There's a Mario version of just about every kind of game out there. Racing, soccer, golf, baseball, tennis. Do you like RPGs? There's a Mario game for that. A few, actually. Pinball, educational. Hell, Mario can even show you how to type on a fucking keyboard. Oi. Mario is always the go-to character when everybody thinks about video games. We have to hand it to Nintendo, though. They did a great marketing job in the 80s and 90s to make sure we knew who Mario was. He's always the default. And I just think it's unfair, you know? It's like we've been brainwashed to believe that Mario has to be fun, when there's better games out there that don't receive as much fanfare. For whatever Mario version was out there, I found a game I liked more. If I wanted to play a 16-bit racing game, I'd play Biker Mice from Mars or F-Zero.
Oh, hell yeah,
Instead
Biker
of
Mice
playing a
from
Mario RPG, I'd rather play Chrono Trigger, Earthbound, Final Fantasy, or any other Square Enix game for that matter. Instead of playing Mario Tennis, I'd just rather play tennis. I never understood how shoving Mario into something made it inherently better, aside from the fact that it was just an obvious cash grab, banking off the Mario name.
Dude, Biker Mice from Mars is such a fucking underrated racing game for the SNES. Like, I know it's based off of some fucking cartoon show, but like, just ignore that, and like, literally that game is so fun.
If you haven't clicked out of the video yet, though, hear me out. Mario did get a lot better.
Mario 64 was amazing and improved upon a lot of the problems I had with the earlier games. There was much more to do, you actually had a life bar instead of a 2-hit death, and hey, you actually have attacks now like punching and kicking.
There are many other Mario games that have come out since the classic Mario 64, like Super Mario Sunshine for the Nintendo GameCube. That was my last recollection of a Mario game, and it was okay, but it was kind of gimmicky with the whole water aspect. Super Mario Galaxy is supposed to be a really fun game, but again, I gotta call them out on the gimmicks because while Super Mario Sunshine was just one gimmick on one game, Nintendo Wii was a gimmicky console, so with the whole motion control thing, was not a fan. I've lost a lot of faith in Nintendo's decision making over the years. I'm hoping that they can redeem themselves with the Nintendo NX because I really am rooting for Nintendo. They were my first, my last, my everything. The only system I collect games for, really. So if you're still watching this video, that means hopefully you've heard me out and maybe I've made some good points. Or maybe you'll at least think twice.
Anthony, I realize that you enjoy Mario a lot, but I'm just not that into it. I'm sorry. I will still buy the new Mario 3D games that come out. Like I have Odyssey on Switch. And again, it was okay, but it's just, I don't know, man. I feel like it's kind of like a kid's game in a sense. Like it's a great, and it's the first game I played ever. Like as a child, as a 4 or 5 year old, I played regular Nintendo Mario. And I think it's a good game for kids, but I don't, like Super Mario World for Super Nintendo was pretty fun, but fuck you.
Before saying that Mario is the best character ever. And before you get a retro game character tattooed on your arm to finish your retro gaming sleeve, maybe think outside the box and get a Mega Man or Simon Belmont. Or even Sonic the Hedgehog. Oh wait, I don't like Sonic games either.
Mute it before my music comes in. Can't play it. Can't play my own music. Wow. All right. Well, people are still here. I still have nothing to do, so we're going to watch another one of my videos. This next one is one where I had my first collaboration with not another YouTuber, just another dude that I knew at the time. We both did stand-up comedy at one point, and that's how we met each other. I had long abandoned stand-up at this point, but this I thought the concept of this video was really good. It was how sequels are always better than the original. See if it's done downloading yet, but yeah, what more just me trying too hard and it not landing. So yeah, we're gonna take a little look at this one. Hold on.
The game's
I'm Amish for some reason, like my facial hair in this video. Oh, dude, look how fucking that I have that same shirt still, but it is so faded that you can't even make out the alien. It's a Tom DeLonge Angels and Airwaves shirt, something like that. That design is so faded at this point, you can't even tell what it is anymore. It's so vibrant in this video because it was still new though. But yeah, this video's got a lot of cringe, but it also makes some good points at the same time. As far as like, for me at least, sequels always seem to be like better than like the original. So yeah, I guess we're gonna do this now. Yeah, very Mennonite of me. I don't know why I don't know why I thought this was a good choice for me, but I did.
the game sequel. There's something that's always appealed to me about the number 2 for some reason. I guess it's because by the time the second game comes out, they've already thought about all kinds of ways to improve upon the first game's formula. Unlike a song or a paint.
Did you just say Matt Skiba over Tom DeLonge? What the fuck is wrong with you, Kiera? I'm offended. No. Yes, maybe Skiba. Yeah, keep him in fucking Alkaline Trio. Don't put him in Blink-182. Blink-182's always been Mark Hoppus, Tom DeLonge, two totally different vocal dynamics. Tom DeLonge was the head songwriter in the band for the most part. I don't know. Tom DeLonge all fucking day long, buddy. No, I like Tom DeLonge's voice. I think he has a unique voice. I like his fucked. I like fucked up voices. If it's not apparent to you now, Billy Corgan, etc. Not fucked up, but like unique voices. Tom DeLonge has a unique voice to me. Skiba sounds so vanilla.
A game is something that you can revisit. They can say, hey, this one was good,
I
but
shan't.
we're going to make this one better, and it's still going to be pretty much the same premise. In this episode, I'll be exploring all the various game sequels that kick so much more ass than the original, and maybe you'll agree. This is the Overstimulation Station.
Game reviews and self-defacing entertainment interlacing. Just sit back and start to space out overstimulation. Band reviews or playing skits where I'm a chick worth laying attention, grabbing product placement with the point I'm trying to make is the overstimulation.
Oh no, guys, what do you think? Should I bring the theme song back? Should I have theme songs? Oh, that sexy bitch was my ex-girlfriend Alex. That was for the British slurs video, or British something or other. that we did. God, she was sexy. Miss her.
Stimulation station, overstimulation station, overstimulation station, overstimulation station.
Okay, theme song.
Sequel, sequel, sequel! It seems like every game gets a sequel. As I was saying before, the game sequel is very unique in that it can correct problems and expound upon themes set up by the first game. Mega Man 2 for the original NES is said to be one of the best Mega Man games of the franchise, and I gotta somewhat agree with that statement. This game has so much nostalgia value for me, plus the Mega Man series is arguably one of the best platform shooters in the genre. Mega Man 2 expanded upon what the first game did by adding more bosses, eliminating that arbitrary point system in the first game, and broadening.
Kira, you make me sad, man. With the I don't mean man. It's man is just general. You know, I'm just saying. I say that about anybody or anything. I didn't mean anything by that. But your comments make me sad. I don't know what to say further about that. You know, like I don't know. Maybe I don't know. I'm not gonna. That's above my pay grade. I'm not stepping in that pool. But you're good people, Kiera.
The worlds that Mega Man could explore. This game is just great. Then came the Mega Man X games for the Super Nintendo, and they were even better. They took something that was already great and made it better.
In fact, the first video I ever did for my channel was Mega Man X2 for the Super Nintendo. It was a big improvement over the...
Look at me already like hearkening back. Like I had only been doing YouTube for maybe a year or two now, and I'm already like hearkening back to my previous works. Like I'm the nerd. Just like I've already probably had like 500 subscribers at this point, and I'm already like, yeah, man, my old videos like from like a year ago, classics already.
First game, in my opinion. And the second game I did was a playthrough of Marvel vs. Capcom 2, which added more characters and more fluid controls. Then I did MDK 2, which was a vast improvement over the PlayStation version. Then I did Warcraft 2, which was a huge improvement over Warcraft 1, which graphically and gameplay-wise, and that's 4 reviews on the sequel, so everybody knows the square root of 4 is 2, and we had like 2 eyeballs, 2 ears, 2 hands, 2 feet, 2.
Cringing.
Who the fuck are you?
You've been in my shed the last 3 days saying the word 2 to yourself over and over again. At first I thought it was raccoons, but raccoons don't eat Funyuns.
I don't know what's happening.
Right. Yes. Funyuns. 2. Yes. Now imagine. Have you ever played Street Fighter 2?
Who remembers playing the first Street Fighter? I didn't think so. That's because the first Street Fighter sucked. You could only choose between Ken and Ryu, and to say the game had bad controls
Would be an understatement.
Hold up. I do the voiceovers. Don't care how long I've spent in sheds eating Funyuns. I'm the one who does the voiceover.
Okay, man. What about the Funyuns?
There are no more Funyuns.
Street Fighter 2 and its many iterations were such a huge improvement over the original game. It basically started the competitive fighting scene, which is still alive and vibrant to this day. With a much larger character selection screen and tighter controls, this game began the home console fighting genre. And let me just say right now, you're going to hear me bring up tighter controls a lot in this video because a game is only as good as its controls, and when those are improved, the game is instantly better.
So what other games come to mind whenever you're thinking of Super Nintendo fighting games?
Super Pit Fighter.
No!
So I did that effect on Adobe Premiere. I only used Adobe Premiere for that one effect because you could like do that tracking the lightning or whatever, and that took so long. Oh, this is so fucking embarrassing watching this shit, bro.
Fatality.
Yes, Mortal Kombat was a groundbreaking game. Yes, the first one is pretty good, but oh my god, the second one was so much better in every way.
Glad you
The
love it,
characters
Chicago.
look so much more fleshed out rather than those cheap kung fu knockoffs of the first game. The fatalities were much cooler, and the list of characters you could play as was much more diversified. Hell, Balraka is still one of the creepiest dudes in the fighting game genre. Although there have been many Mortal Kombat games released since Mortal Kombat 2, this is always the game that I come back to and find myself wanting to play out of all the other games. But that could also be because I'm an old man.
Yeah, the first Mortal Kombat sucked ass. Oh, this game's so good. DK2, baby.
Speaking of Super Nintendo games, what about Donkey Kong Country 2? Talk about an amazing sequel to an amazing franchise. The first game was an utter graphical feat on the Super Nintendo with its pseudo 3D look. Donkey Kong Country is a must-play for any gamer, but Donkey Kong Country 2 is a must-own. DK Country 2 introduced a new character, Dixie Kong, who can glide, which instantly gave the player a new way to experience every level. The game also created some of the most unique and identifiable worlds that I've ever seen in a 2D platformer. This game oozes personality. Not to mention it has one of the most beloved soundtracks on the Super Nintendo. They nailed it with this game.
What about this game?
Fuck that. Is this a piece of computer paper? You were too lazy to even get the game? You knew we had this episode going on and you probably left it to your friend.
Alright, hold on a second. Now, yes, the first Donkey Kong was kind of bland. Dude, Donkey Kong 2 for Super Nintendo, that game was fucking amazing. Way more, like, I don't know. It was way more of a dynamic game than Mario, in my opinion. That's just my opinion. Sorry if it offends you.
It's house because you're lazy and you forgot. You piece of shit. Hey, AJ, you want to know what game kicks more ass than an angry man amongst a herd of donkeys?
Ugh, God.
Chess Master.
Shut up.
No! Fucking Mother 2! More like Motherfucker 2.
Yep, that was an AVGN ripoff, straight up.
But you being American and all, you probably know it as a different name. I don't know. A little game called fucking Earthbound.
I am so glad I ditched that energy, like, way long time ago. Like, that was not working for my personality.
Although Mother for the NES was a passable RPG at best, Mother 2 was when things really started heating up for this series. Known as one of the best role-playing games of all time, Mother 2, aka Earthbound, took a familiar formula and kicked it up about 20 notches. The art style, gameplay style, and underdog reputation of this game has made it a cult classic and a must-have for all gaming enthusiasts. Unfortunately, these things have also made the game very expensive, so don't think you'll be picking this up for cheap these days.
You skate? Bro, you skate?
Yeah, I got skills.
You remember Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2?
I don't want to do this anymore.
Lights out, Gorilla Radio.
Okay, so I will say I had to remake Guerrilla Radio because I knew even back then I would get copyright claimed if I played Rage Against the Machine's Guerrilla Radio. So I went on Fruity Loops and I tracked the guitar and all that shit, and I actually remade the music and everything to Guerrilla Radio.
Turn that shit up. Lights out, Gorilla Radio. Turn that shit up. Lights out, Gorilla Radio. Turn that shit up. Lights out, Gorilla Radio.
Oh, don't you just love copyright infringement?
This game is a certified classic. According to Metacritic, it is one of the highest rated games of all time, only falling behind Zelda Ocarina of Time. The second Tony Hawk not only added more skaters in different levels, but it improves upon every single detail. Tighter controls, new game mechanics like manuals and lip grabs, expanded levels, and more in-depth gameplay. Even recording this footage, I found it hard to pull myself away because I was just having so much fun.
Yes, it sounds like Fred Durst, and yes, the lesson is just be yourself, and that's what I finally learned to do.
The first Tony Hawk was a great game, but Tony Hawk 2 is a masterpiece.
I'm having a lot of fun. Here are some other noteworthy sequels. Earthworm Jim 2.
Yep, Final Fight 2 was better than the first one. SimCity 2000 was much better than the first SimCity, as we know from Mimi. Resident Evil 2 was very much better than the first. Well, I don't know, the first one was actually really damn good. They're both Resident Evil 1 and 2 were the remakes, not the originals on PS1. Those looked like fucking shit, but I liked the first Resident Evil, I think, a little more. I think I disagree with this take now. Yeah, Tony Hawk Pro Skater 1, 2, and 3 was like the trifecta, and then after that, yeah, it just kind of got stale, but those three were very amazing games. Sonic 2, I've always heard, was better than the first Sonic. RE7 is a very good Resident Evil game. Very, very good game. I would not spite anyone for saying that that's their favorite Resident Evil game, for sure. Ah, fucking Earthworm Jim 2. I love this fucking game, and the music was fantastic. Supposedly Tommy Tallarico wrote the soundtrack, but Pat, the NES punk, and Ian have kind of, I don't know, they've challenged that claim, so I don't know.
Sorry, I know I'm doing a little video montage thing right now, but this game has one amazing soundtrack. Good God. It was composed by video game music maestro Tommy Tallarico. Go and look this soundtrack up on YouTube. You will not be disappointed. Of course, not every sequel is so great. These are just a few I can think of off the top of my head. As it's been complained about many a times by many different people, Castlevania 2 deviated a little too much from the style of the first game. It had a more non-linear feel, and it was confusing to a lot of people. Also, the gameplay would often be interrupted by an annoying message. Then there was Star Tropics 2. Many people complained that this game strayed too far from the first game's roots and just wasn't as fun. I personally enjoyed both games, but I suppose the first one was a little better. Then of course you have Super Mario Bros. 2. I didn't even include this game in my last video where I badmouthed Mario because honestly I don't consider this a Mario game. In short, this game was originally released in Japan under the
And then Doki Doki Panic, and then it was imported to America and called Mario. Yeah, nobody knows that shit.
Named Doki Doki Panic, and had nothing to do with the Mario franchise at all. After Nintendo clamored to release a US sequel to their hugely successful Super Mario Bros. Title, they chose this game. They removed all the Doki Doki Panic characters, they added Mario characters, and they made some other tweaks. It's actually an interesting story that I do recommend you looking up if you're interested in Mario.
From what I know, it was not made by the same people, and it does not feel like a Mario game at all. Like, it feels like a totally different game that they just reskinned.
So there you have it. All the sequels that I remember playing that were way better than their predecessors. Do you agree with my list? Do you disagree? Was there some shitty sequel that I forgot to put in there? Well, let me know in the comments below.
What was I doing? What was that energy? Like, what? Like, why was I being like that? That hyper... Like, so let me know in the comments below. Like, I was literally trying to be like that YouTube guy, that generic YouTube guy that's crazy. Like, ugh, God, awful.
And you know, subscribe and share and all that stuff, and have a good rest of your night.
George W. Bush hates black people.
I forgot I wrote that line for him to say at the end. George W. Bush hates black people.
Gorilla Radio! Turn that shit up! Lights out! Gorilla Radio! Turn that shit up! Lights out! Gorilla Radio! Turn that shit up! Lights out! Gorilla Radio! Oh, don't you just love copyright infringement?
Oh, I'm so clever. Jesus Christ. All right, I'm going to take a piss. We're going to watch one more. And this has been the longest stream of my life. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
The game sequel.
Oh, shut up. No.
There's something that's always a
Dude, I've been sitting here for so long, I fucking smell like a goddamn onion. Like, my armpits just, I put on deodorant before I started doing this. I smell like a human onion right now. It's crazy. All right. So the next video we're going to watch is it was probably 3 or 4 years into my YouTube shit. I started getting more ambitious with, I don't know, doing like composite shots where there's 2 of me in the same scene. I don't know. I tried to do more of a something. I'm living in this house by myself at this point, so that's how you know it's further along or whatever in my YouTube career. Hold on. Oh yeah, this is my kitchen. Yeah, you get to see certain parts of my house in this video. I'm using like a wide angle lens here. I'm like using different lenses. I'm like putting in little artifacts from like my podcast shirts hanging up on the cabinet door there. Overall, like I'd say I'm generally proud of this one. I don't know. I just been doing YouTube for so long and got more comfortable with editing. The joke again, the whole like being the jokey, funny YouTuber guy, it was still intact. And I don't know. It took me a long time to just like lose that and just like stop trying to be somebody else. I don't know why. It took me like way longer than I feel like it takes most people. This is why I love Josh. His content can be so goofy sometimes, so much more fun than someone sometimes with 1 million subscribers. Thank you, Chicago. I appreciate it. Thought there's like a few YouTubers I watch with more than 1 million. No one's ever heard of the games I played on Sega Genesis. Probably, dude, there's a bunch of fucking nerds in here, Jordy. Of course they're going to know what you're talking about. Like the game Tactical Autism Response Division. I mean, everyone knows that fucking game. It's a great game. You know, raises awareness and shit. If I ever start a YouTube channel, I'm going to work until I get to 100K subscribers, and I'm going to stop making videos and throw myself off my balcony for the ultimate ending. Man, always a ray of sunshine coming from Kiera there, but don't do that. I disavow that. Well, do get 100,000 subscribers, but don't do the other thing. Yeah, 100K subs is really hard to get. Well, for me, anyway. I see people who have joined YouTube like 2 or 3 years ago and they're already at 100K. So I don't know. I just didn't know what the fuck I was doing. So yeah. So this video is a lot more ambitious. This is me extolling the virtues of the Wii U because like I came to the Wii U when it was at the end of its life cycle and I was like, man, these games are actually really good. I don't know why I ignored it because I thought the Wii U was an extension of the Nintendo Wii, which I fucking hated. And then I learned in this video that it was not that, and yeah, you'll see what I'm talking about. There's no, I removed the theme song at this point in my YouTube career. There's no theme songs anymore, I don't think. So no more no more Overstimulation Station theme songs.
The Wii U. What the hell happened with this console? Was it a Nintendo Wii? Was it some kind of expansion pack? Nobody really knew, and Nintendo sure as hell wasn't doing us any favors with their awful marketing. The controller was ridiculous. The name of the...
Taking some filming cues from Norm the gaming historian at this point also, doing like up close panning shots and tilting shots of the actual console, getting these high def kind of, you know, close-ups and all that. Took a lot of that from Norm, gaming historian.
The system was confusing and third-party support was pretty weak. So why is the Wii U one of my favorite gaming systems? Sit back as I recall my experience with Nintendo's Dark Horse. This is the Overstimulation Station. You know, your house really sucks.
Wow, you just totally said that. Most people keep those kind of thoughts to themselves. Hey, you want to play the new Nintendo Wii?
Okay. I'm at a point in my life right now, in 2007, where I'm really teetering on the brink of whether I even want to continue to play video games or not. But I think as long as this new Nintendo console you speak of doesn't have some awful gimmick, then it should be a fun time and it will motivate me to continue to play video games for years to come.
come.
You know, your house really sucks.
Hey, didn't you really enjoy playing Metroid Prime on the GameCube?
No, I just got this awful Samus tattoo with the gun on the wrong side of her body because I like playing Fortnite. Which is a word I totally just made up because a game by that title does not exist, seeing as it's totally 2007 right now.
That's what I thought. Have fun with these goofy motion controls, asshole.
Wait.
Your mom kissed me on the mouth the other day, too.
My mom did what to you? Well, let's give it a try. Alright, here we go. Really?
Chicago's loving this.
This is the controller, okay. I have to hold my arm up like this the whole time to keep the gun straight, okay? Come on. Do it. Alright, you know what? Fuck this console. Buy Nintendo. Buy playing video games, except StarCraft 2 for the PC, which was the only game I played from 2008 to 2014. I'm out!
And that was essentially when I got out of video games for almost an entire decade. I hated the Wii so much, it made me convinced that video games just weren't for me anymore. So in 2012, when I was in deep video game hibernation, the Wii U announcement just seemed like some foggy dream. What? Another Wii? Has Nintendo completely lost it? Have they abandoned everything I love about them in favor of going down this rabbit hole of motion controls and family-friendly gaming? Then something started to happen. I got back into playing my Super Nintendo. The hibernation was over and I was a full-fledged console gamer again. I played through all my classic Super Nintendo.
Oh, that's back when I collected SNES games. I had a very expensive collection. I had, you see to the left, Earthbound, obviously that's like a $300 game. You have Demon's Crest, which is like a $200 or $300 game. Illusion of Gaia isn't that expensive, but it's a really fun game. I got all my like expensive games on blast in this shot.
Nintendo games, and my love for Nintendo started to come back. I had reached a point in my life where it felt good to play
Mega Man
games
X3.
again. Specifically Nintendo games. Hell, exclusively Nintendo games. So in 2016, when the Wii was on its deathbed, I finally purchased one from a game.
No, Hagani is the most expensive Super Nintendo game. It was a Blockbuster exclusive, and the only way you ended up with one was when the Blockbuster stores started closing down and they started selling off their stock. You just had to know you had to be lucky enough that they had one, and then you had to know to buy it and know that it was rare. To my knowledge, that's the aside from those college competition carts like the Star Fox Campus Invasion carts or whatever, those are really expensive, but like Hagani is probably the most expensive Super Nintendo game, and it's a fun game too, and it's hard as fuck too.
Stop at a mall that was also on its deathbed.
Yes, as the Regency Square Mall in Jacksonville, Florida, baby.
Now, before my purchase of this Wii U, I hadn't seen a next-gen video game since the early Wii. So imagine my surprise when I see all of this.
My first thought was, wow, when did games start looking this damn good? I had truly been in hibernation, and all my reservations about the Wii U turned out to be ignorant assumptions. Assumptions that proved to be dead wrong. One of my first assumptions about the Wii U was that there's no way that gamepad controller could be practical. It was huge and it looked like it weighed a ton.
Actually, the gamepad is fairly light at only 17 ounces.
The ability to play your game directly on the gamepad was a feature I used often, seeing as a lot of times I just wanted to pick it up and play without having to fire up my big TV.
I will say though, I don't like how sometimes you are forced to use the gamepad in some games, but it's surprisingly few, seeing as this was Nintendo's big gimmick on the Wii U. They don't really utilize it as much and force you to use this on a lot of games. For most games, you can use the Wii U Pro Controller, which I highly recommend because this controller is super comfortable. The second complaint about the Wii U is the lack of third-party support. And while it is true that a lot of the big game developers stayed off the Wii U, I found myself not really caring that much. Look, if you wanted the latest and greatest graphics, you already owned a PS4 or Xbox One.
Nintendo realized this, and instead of trying to compete...
Guys, should I go back to making video game videos? Should I just like ditch music and just make video game videos again? No, I'm just joking. I have been thinking about making a video game video though, because like I was good at them. I mean, well, not any of the videos that you saw tonight, but at one, like I do have. I'm showing you shit that I found fairly cringe, just because it's fun. But like I did make video game videos I was like really proud of. Then thinking about making another one just for fun.
With more of the same, Nintendo offered their own unique brand of hardware and software. So instead of the consumer choosing only one console, they were now buying a Nintendo and a Sony or Xbox.
This was a brilliant realization on Nintendo's part, and it's a big reason why I think Nintendo remains relevant in today's gaming market.
But let's talk about the actual games on the Wii U. There are some great games on this console. I would even go out on a limb and say this system has the least amount of shovelware or budget titles than any other console, simply due to the system's small library.
Just based on physical North American releases, there are a little over 140 games on the Wii U. That is like nothing compared to other consoles' game libraries. But to me, this left a lot of room for the truly great games on the Wii U to shine above all the other games. Let's take a look at some of those really great games while we're here.
Yeah, I definitely read my scripts better now. I have gotten better at that for sure. I read it more naturally. Like Frankie from Red Cow didn't even realize I read from scripts. He thought I was just saying all this shit off the top of my head. I'm like, no, bro. I mean, I did pretty good tonight on the live stream, like talking about like bands that I like off the top of my head. There wasn't a lot of you know, I was speaking pretty fluently, but like, no, I do so much better if it's a script that I've taken time to curate my thoughts and all that shit. And back then I didn't have a teleprompter, so I had to memorize everything and then regurgitate it from memory, and that stilted my flow, I guess. So stilted my flow. That would be a beautiful name for a baby girl. Rayman Legends is such a good game. Oh, Bayonetta 2 is so good. I love this game. Yay! Oh, I love fucking Pikmin. This is one of my favorite games of all time, dude. I love Pikmin so much. Never really cared about Smash Bros, to be honest. Hell yeah, Starving Artist, I love that.
But folks, it wasn't all candy canes and gumdrops for the Wii U. Make no mistake, this system was an abysmal...
Yes, the teleprompter is in the room with me right now, but I am filming on my laptop, and it would be way too much of a pain in the ass to turn it around and show it to you, but it is in here.
...failure. And I believe the reason for this was twofold.
People all across the country lined up overnight just to get their hands on the Nintendo Switch.
The hunger for all things Nintendo is...
Look at that douche who cut his hair to look like a Nintendo Switch controller. Hold on. I can't believe, like, what grown man does that? Hold on, gotta find it.
The hunger for all things.
Look at that douche. Who does that? That is so fucking weird, man. I don't think those people are like mentally all there, quite frankly. Like, that's beyond like nerd cock shit.
Nintendo is much stronger now than it was in 2012. Sure, everyone knew who Nintendo was and had played a Nintendo console at some point in their lives.
But I feel like the Wii U launched right before the peak of the retro gaming craze. Now, despite my gaming hibernation, I feel like Nintendo is more popular now than they ever were in 2012. But the main reason that the Wii U failed was its name, the Wii U. Now, I knew what a Wii was. A Wii was that little box that sat in your living room that grandma played tennis on. The Wii was that little box that alienated hardcore gamers from Nintendo.
That little box.
The Wii was that little console that made me quit gaming for almost a decade. So I didn't know what the Wii U was, but I was not interested. That would be like if Sony came out with a PlayStation 4, and then a few years later they came out with a PlayStation 4 Pro, which to most you would think, okay, this must be an upgrade of the PlayStation 4 Pro just by the name. But instead of it being an upgrade, which would make the most sense, they go, no, this is a new console with different games, different controller, different everything. That would be pretty confusing, right? That would be so confusing to the average consumer that they would probably just as well buy a different console whose purpose was more clear. Especially if that consumer already owned a Wii, which according to sales, 100 million people did.
So the Wii U flopped. With only 13.5 million units being sold in its lifetime, the Wii U had become Nintendo's second worst selling console of all time, only beating the Virtual Boy, which failed to even crack 1 million units.
This system is an underdog, and now that Nintendo is back on top with the Switch, I can guarantee you people are going to be clamoring to collect for the Wii U in the future. It's often been said that the Wii U is going to be remembered much like the Sega Dreamcast, two amazing consoles that fell through the cracks due to a bunch of bad circumstances coming to a head all at once. If you manage to get your hands on a Wii U, give it a try. I think you'll be pleasantly surprised at how many great games are on this system that has often been overlooked by people, unfortunately. I hope you enjoyed watching this video, and until next time, have a good rest of your night.
Oh, okay, there it is. Cool. I don't know, man. Still people here. I like smelling my own farts. We can watch another video that I did. Advertisements. Do you want to watch another video, or should I just fuck off? I don't know, man. I mean, we could. This one's from 8 years ago. Oh, this is when I first got my new Canon camera. Okay, Crimson Waffle. That's all I needed to hear to serve my own narcissism. So yeah, I was filming on James Rolfe's camera, not his personal camera, but an exact copy, the Panasonic HVX 200. And this video was when I finally upgraded to the camera that I'm literally still using now to this day. It's advertisements in comic book magazines, like print advertisements. I thought it was a good idea at the time. The video is sitting at a whopping 448 views, and it was released 8 years ago. So yeah, we'll see what that looks like. 448 fucking views, and the video was released 8 years ago. That's crazy. If one of my videos got that kind of views now, I'd be like, wow, what the fuck did I do wrong? Because like my videos just never get that low of views anymore, like ever. Yeah, I'm downloading it right now. I'm about to throw it up. Throw it up! This is fun. I mean, I put a lot of work into these fucking videos, dude. Like, I put a lot of work into them, and they got no love. So it's fun to have people who actively give a shit about like what I do these days and reminisce, I guess. Yeah, we'll watch this last one, and I'll probably call it, bro. Nope. Wrong. Go away. All right, let's see here. I don't know why I'm like harping. Wait, no, this one. Where is it at? No, that's not it. You're right, cunt. Is it not downloaded yet? I'm like down. Oh no, it's still downloading. Sorry about that. Very sorry. No, fuck off. No, dude. What the fuck did you just... Okay. Josh, I think it would be fun if you did more game content. I don't care how you do it. It would be fun to see your spin on these. Yeah, I just gotta think of a compelling idea, I guess, to, And then there's like so many people who like fuck with my music shit now, like the music content that I do. I don't want to like, I don't want to repeat like the same mistakes I made in the past where like I pivot and people are like, well, this isn't the content that I came here for, and they just kind of like, well, unsubscribe or whatever. So I'm like really weary about doing anything that's not music based these days. I have to download them because unlike Frankie and EJ from Red Cow, I don't have a stockpile of all my videos I've ever done on a hard drive. I delete them. So it's stupid. I think their way is smarter. I am too trusting of YouTube that it will just always be around. One of these days I need to physically download all of my old videos, because if YouTube shuts down or fucks off or something like that, most of my videos will be lost to time. And that would be fucking horrific. So I need to not be so like trusting on that. I didn't have an audience back in the day. That's why these videos never got any views. I thought I had good ideas. I worked just as hard then as I do now, but like, I don't know. I'm stubborn and I never gave up. And now like I actually have an audience that like watch this shit. So all right, it's almost done. So this is like, so the one I just showed you is, probably like 4 or 5 years ago. This one's much older than that. I'm still living with my parents for this video. So there's bound to be some cringe. Where's it at? Gotta find it. Gotta pull it up. Oh, there it is. Okay. Yeah, so I just switched to my Canon 70D, which I still use to this day. I think the picture quality is pretty damn good, especially just for YouTube or whatever. Oh, thanks for a super chat, Starving Artist. This has been a fun trip down memory lane and a great example of how to grow as a performer. Thank you, bro. Yeah, man.
What is an advertisement?
Just be really stubborn and like don't give up, and work hard. Like create quality content, even though you know that it's probably not going to get any views. Still do it anyway, and eventually it will. Eventually, if you stick with it for like almost 10 years, you will get 15,000. You will get 15,000 whole subscribers. Jeez, I've been watching so many old videos of me. I'm like getting back into that persona now. You will get 15,000 whole subscribers. Wouldn't that be great? All right, let's watch this one. This is so like I said, this one's about like old advertisements and comic books, which is actually a little bit more entertaining than it might sound like on paper. And the picture quality is a lot better, or the video quality is better because I'm using a better camera than what I was in the past ones.
What is an advertisement? At its core, it's just a way for a company or individual to sell their product. But to me, it's so much more than that. It's like a freeze frame of that time and place in history. It's a comment on the fashion, the art style, and the values of a different time and place. That's why I find old advertisements so fascinating. Tonight, we're going to be delving deep into my comic book collection of the 80s and 90s and examining some of the old and sometimes comically corny advertisements of yesteryear. So take a look with me at some of these paper time capsules. This is episode number 11 of the Overstimulation Station.
Game reviews and
Theme song's back.
self-defacing entertainment interlacing. Just sit back and start to space out overstimulation. Band reviews or playing skits where I'm a chick worth laying attention, grabbing product placement with the point I'm trying to make is the overstimulation station. Overstimulation station. Overstimulation station. Overstimulation station.
Thank you.
Do you remember these ads from the Olympia Sales Club? Holy shit, talk about a bygone era. Look at all these prizes that you can earn by selling a bunch of crap to your friends and family. This was clearly geared towards kids. Check out this sweet RCA CD boombox. You only have to sell 42 items. Or this awesome cordless phone from General Electric. How are you supposed to check Facebook on this, though? Hey, look, a fucking Virtual Boy. Wow. You only have to sell 75 items. I want that. I'm gonna sign up.
That's insane that you had to like sell so much shit to like get something that's like $200. Like what it would be just exponentially easier to just pony up the money. Like this was like totally predatory towards kids who bought comics, like this whole Olympia Sales Club shit. But I saw it all the time growing up, like as a kid in these like comics that were made for kids or whatever.
Just gotta ask for Max.
I actually called a number
Are
too.
you or is someone in your household 50 years of age or older? Press 1 for yes. If you or someone in your household is 50 years of age or older, otherwise press pound. Find the best security solution for you and your family.
Where's Max? I want my roller skates.
Security. ADT's award-winning.
Well, it's obviously a dead number now. September 1996. Well, this ad's about 20 years old now, so hopefully Max moved on to bigger and better things, or maybe he took a long walk off of a short pier after realizing he was conning kids into selling crap like greeting cards, gift wraps, stationery, candy, and neat gifts. Wow, neat gifts. Moving on.
Speaking of the Virtual Boy, here's an ad for one in the same comic. This system sold very poorly and is considered to be one of Nintendo's biggest failures. This ad was clearly printed during the end of the Virtual Boy's life cycle, as the system started out being sold for $179.95 and has now been discounted to only $99. Holy crap, there was actually a store called Nobody Beats the Wiz.
They're bringing me back. Yeah, I'm the Wiz again.
I'm the Wiz.
I'm the Wiz! I'm the Wiz!
In this Silver Surfer comic from 1987, we see just how bad some ads have aged. This looks straight out of a kid's coloring book. Damn, this looks old. It's like when M&M's first started out back in the 1940s, they made one ad and said, "Good. Our advertisement budget of $10 has been reached. Now let's try to figure out what the hell nougat is." In this Superboy comic book from 1995, we see an advertisement for the show Reboot. Oh my god, do you remember that show? I vaguely do, and it was kind of weird.
I come from the net, through systems, peoples, and cities, to this place, Mainframe. My format, Guardian. To men.
Bro, I thought those graphics were so fucking good as a kid, like this show Reboot or whatever. I'm like, damn, they're really coming a long way with those computer-generated graphics.
And defend. To defend my newfound friends, their hopes and dreams. To defend them from their enemies.
We had such a collective boner for 3D technology and badly rendered polygons in the 1990s. It even permeated the airwaves with shows like the aforementioned Reboot, Beast Wars,
I love
and
Beast Wars.
some other examples that my alcohol-soaked brain can't seem to recall right now, but
I was even talking about my alcohol-soaked brain almost 10 years ago.
they were out there. Here we see an ad for the movie Independence Day, a childhood favorite of mine. This ad is from 1997, and finally we start to see signs of the internet slowly creeping its way into our lives. Look down at that small little box at the bottom with that tiny little URL in there that would take you to the movie's website. This was a new concept to most of us children of the 90s. Why did a movie need its own website? But still missing from this ad is all this bullshit. And that's the beauty of old ads. They just told you what the fuck you needed to know. This is what we're selling. This is how much it'll cost. These are the places you can find it. At participating retailers. Hell yeah. They don't give a shit. Figure it out. We know you want it.
Companies nowadays are so damn insecure. They want to be all up in your news feed. They want to be liked by you on all the social media sites. They want you to look at their funny videos with their company branding in it.
Bro, I made this video before TikTok even existed, before like some of these platforms existed, and like my points that I'm making are still like 100% accurate.
Like, they're like some petulant little child, like, hey mommy, look what I made, look what I made, like me, like me, like me! Since when did
Except the cringe part, that I'm not proud of that.
companies' advertising departments start getting run by insecure teenagers?
Look here, I've spotted a 2-page ad for an extinct species known as the Sega Saturn. The actual
Thanks, Nick.
planet of Saturn might still be around, but this gaming system sure isn't. This system was one of the many reasons why Sega fizzled out in the console market and concentrated solely on developing games for other systems afterwards. Here we have another 2-page ad, but this time it's for the Bo Jackson fan club. It's a kid who's apparently depressed for some reason, but after joining the Bo Jackson fan club, he became popular, owns a helicopter, and recently purchased Italy and his own football team. At first, I thought this might be an ad for a kid version of Zoloft, but no, it's a promotion for the Bo Jackson fan club. And what a promotion indeed. You know, I could really learn something about the power of lying to children. In many of these comics, they offer these Marvel t-shirts with various characters from the Marvel Universe on them. Look how badass these things are. Damn, dude, I would totally buy all of these. It's such a tease now. Next, another 2-page ad that looks like it's coming straight out of the show Robot Chicken, Action Man. And apparently, he's big on action. Oh yes, a white man in a martial arts gi. In the 80s and 90s, this truly was the generic go-to if it was to be understood that you were, in fact, a badass. He can't be that much of a badass, though, with that huge scar on the side of his cheek. I guess he wasn't wearing his deep fryer basket face mask the day that happened. Here are some beautifully illustrated trading cards from Marvel, with a drain at the bottom of the page with the words that say, drool.
Oh, prepare for upcoming cringe, just to let you know.
Here. Okay.
These things suck.
I don't know what
Mega Man! I fucking love Mega Man! Help Mega Man? I'll help Mega Man! I don't really need to know anything else about this ad. You already have all my money, Capcom.
Shut up, Chicago.
Look at this highfalutin local comic book store taking out a full-page ad in a national comic book. Damn, these guys must have had some deep pockets. Or it must be because they're so badass that they were able to expand into a national market. I wonder if there are any local places like that in my town.
Video Game Rescue, that store's still there. I spent so much money at that store. I'm wearing the this is a Video Game Rescue shirt. They make their own shirts, and they're all really great designs and shit. It's a local store. It's pretty badass.
Video Game Rescue. Here's an ad for the first Mortal Kombat port to the home video game systems. Yeah, this game was pretty damn big in the 90s. I remember playing this game and thinking it was okay. But then...
You weak, pathetic fool.
Fucking Mortal Kombat 2 came out and changed everything. I loved this game, and to this day, it is my favorite of all the Mortal Kombat games. And I guess Acclaim felt it necessary to also take the piss out of Street Fighter while they were at it. They're both great games, just different styles. Leave them alone, Acclaim. Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure, the video game. Oh, Keanu. I'm gonna take the blue pill and forget this shitty game ever existed. But we can't blame LJN for this. Ah yes, the shitty gaming publisher known as LJN, and that distinctive rainbow behind the lettering.
In nature, this is known as aposematism, or more commonly referred to as warning coloration. Animals that display this are usually trying to tell the predator, hey, neither one of us is going to benefit by you messing with me. You're probably going to die or get seriously messed up. Instances of aposematism could be conspicuous coloration, sounds, odors, or any other perceivable characteristic. So basically, if you see the rainbow, stay away.
Here's a Legion of Heroes comic from
Full
1984
James
with an
Rolfe mode.
ad for the Mario Brothers arcade game port to the Atari 2600. I might sound a little ignorant by saying this, but I actually had no idea there was ever a Mario game on the Atari. That's quite baffling and ironic, seeing as once Atari crumbled and Nintendo took over, Atari would start slipping their games onto Nintendo consoles under the pseudonym Tengen. What the fuck is this? Pryor's Place? As in Richard Pryor? One of the greatest stand-ups ever and definitely not kid-friendly? Surrounded by a bunch of kids shows and video game characters? Now I'm even more confused. I guess at some point in his career, Richard Pryor apparently hosted a kids show. This must have been the peak of his crack smoking. Moving on. Oh, and it begins! One of the first advertisements for Sonic the Hedgehog. And in the first paragraph, they already want you to know about his major attitude and also how Sega Genesis is leading the 16-bit revolution. And it's East versus West now, people. Biggie versus Tupac. You had to pick a side. And I sided with Nintendo because Mega Man! Oh my god, Stickly.
Oh, shit, I remember
Nobody under the age of 25 is even gonna know what the hell this is, but I used to watch Nick in the Afternoon with this fuckernaut all the time. He was a popsicle stick with a really annoying voice who hosted Nick in the Afternoon, which was basically a show that played all the new Nicktoon shows that would later go on to become cult classics such as Rocko's Modern Life, Rugrats, Doug, Real Monsters. Oh man, the good old days. Just as a bonus, I figured I'd throw in some old ads from a few GamePro magazines from the early 2000s. In this full-page ad, we see the game that put the Microsoft Xbox on the map, Halo. I remember clear as day when this game first came out and everybody flipped their shit like they had never seen a first-person shooter before. I honestly didn't think this game was that great. I still sincerely don't see what all the fuss was about. With games like Turok 2, Perfect Dark, GoldenEye 007, Doom, I mean, the list of great first-person shooters goes on. I just never understood the Halo hype. Oh yeah, this definitely isn't a kid's comic book advertisement anymore. This is so blatant it's almost insulting to my intelligence. Big boobs, hot cartoon chick,
Thank you, Titanic fan.
which takes up about 70% of the page, I might add, with the actual product they are selling squeezed off to the side as the ad so brazenly asks, "Are you cool enough?" Yes. Where's that drool here ad when you need it? Oh,
Come
yeah. But remember though, tobacco is wacko. Only if you're a teen, though. I mean, if you're an adult, it's totally cool, and you know, you just can't be a kid and be smoking because then we might get sued. But please, for the love of God, buy our products as soon as you're legally able to do so. But not weed, though. Not weed, because it's illegal, and the government can't make any money off of it. Yet. Tried to email Uranus. Made a hat out of ground beef, man. Heard my hair grow, man. Spent the night in jail. Marijuana? Harmless? Now we have an old Best Buy ad.
Oh geez, that ad didn't age very well with the marijuana.
Showing the typical stoned Gen X douche holding a Rage Against the Machine CD, talking about his 400-watt car amps and how he wants to be heard from 5 blocks away. God, dude,
Why does that actor or whatever look like a stoner Jon Stewart in his like 20s? Anyway.
Trained people to be like this. And here's the proof. But look at all those racks of CDs. Like, seriously, look at them. This is how Best Buy stores used to look, and I liked it. Go there now, I dare you. Just go to a Best Buy location right now and look how absolutely obsolete CDs have become. And then...
Hey, I would make a fucking whole video about that pretty fucking recently. I was already signaling my shift into music, I guess. No, that's not true.
Try to find the thing that has replaced them. And you know what you'll find? Nothing. There is no physical thing anymore that is replacing the CD. You know why? Because people steal music off the internet and don't pay for it.
I like how I'm saying this with this like righteous indignation when I was actively also pirating music online. Like, what a fucking hypocrite.
Or they stream it for free off their damn cell phones. Moving on. And finally, some more slightly sexist advertising, and that about wraps it up.
Well, that made me feel old. And apparently pretty grumpy towards the end, too. Either way, I hope you enjoyed taking this little walk down memory lane with me. I hope everybody has a happy holiday season and an even better new year. I look forward to growing my channel, expanding my audience, and pursuing even more interesting ideas to keep you entertained. I've had so much fun this year growing this YouTube channel from the ground up, seriously, and I really want to genuinely thank everybody who has helped me or supported me in any way. It's literally meant the world to me, and I hope to continue.
Stop being sentimental, you little fucking twat.
To do this in 2016 and go bigger and better and whatever else there is that I could say at this point that can't think of right now. So anyway, have a good night, everybody. Thank you.
Should old acquaintance be forgotten, never brought to mind? Should old acquaintance be forgotten, days of old lang syne? Don't be a dick, don't drink too much, and remember to hit subscribe. New videos to celebrate New Year's 2005. It's not New Year's 2005, it's New Year's 2016. What do you like, my mom? I'm just saying your song is factually inaccurate. Look, I don't know if you've noticed or not by now, but nobody is watching this video anymore. I can do or say whatever the fuck I want right now, and nobody is gonna hear it. Check it out. I'm into girls with camel toes, my dick is child size. My parents' house is where I live, and I've slept with 14 guys. And see, watch, I will never get called out on any of that. Yeah, you're kind of fucked in the head, aren't you? Happy New Year's, everybody!
Well, that was something. Good God. Yeah, I did a whole fucking custom song for the outro. Man, I was like very ambitious. I was like, man, so many people's gonna see this video. To this day, like 400 and something views. Yeah, that was a fun trip down Josh memory lane for my 15,000 live stream, whatever the hell. Geez, man, the alcohol must have pickled me or preserved me or something. I'm like looking at these videos. It's like I haven't really like aged all that much, but I mean, that's cool. I'll take that over the alternative. Yeah, man, thank you everybody for hanging out, man, for all this time. I can't believe even this amount of people has stayed. I mean, this is like by far my longest stream I've ever done. I started at like 9 something, 10, 11, 12, 1. Jesus Christ, I never thought I'd stream this long. Wow. That, yeah, no, I did the instrumental. I did the vocals. If you hear any music on this channel, it's never some shit that I sourced off the internet. I recorded it all myself. Because, you know, I want to show off my music skills in some way or another. So, anyway. Yeah, no. But yeah, thanks everyone for hanging out this long. It's like 1:37 a.m. over here on the East Coast. So I'm going to get off and do something else. I don't know. It's too late to go to a bar. But might invite some whores over and do some blow. I don't know. It's always crazy with Uncle Josh. Anyway, yeah, I'm going to drink more too. But thank you everyone for watching this video. You guys are awesome. And yeah, I'm just going to keep doing it. Going to keep putting out the videos. And been doing it this long, obviously. As you've seen, I've been doing it this fucking long. So going to keep doing it. Seems like the thing to do. Right, mate? You got a fucking audience finally. So, yeah. Enjoy my knuckle tattoos. And until next time, have a good rest of your night. I'm bringing back Wacky Josh, everybody. Wacky